Can't watch on Netflix? Health. Yeah, I heard Netflix is dying too. What's the skills video? Link it. I'll give you 1 minute. Back. You ready yet? Jonathan's buffing. Now what's this? Sword skills.
So 8 sword skills were leaked, 7 if you don't count Cyclone, which I've talked about in my video yesterday, which you can check in the right upper corner, with some new footage from Gamescom that wasn't shared in the trailer.
Listen, Sushi is also leaking.
But today I will show you the rest of them. First up, we got Blade Plunge. Now good news, there are no charges required, as we all feared. But Blade Plunge here seems to have a lot of versions of the skill, a lot of like buffed versions.
Bro, what?
If
Lightning Blast, Blood Ground, Sandus, Explosion, Blade Plague, Blade Plunge. Bro, this like hello? Channel and Duration, Fizz, Sustain, Trigger, Melee, AoE.
You will. And the description is quite crazy. So you plunge your blade into the ground, damaging nearby targets and sending out multiple fissures that trigger Buried Blade when they end. We don't really know what Buried Blade is yet, but all Buried blades explode after you finish channeling, and channeling for an additional attack time primes the Buried Blades, causing their explosions to deal more damage in a larger area using this skill. Now, most of these skills are both Blood Stance and Sand Stance, and both offer something else. Blood Stance is just mostly bleed, and Sand Stance probably just pure physical, some discs, so blood pools or sand discs around the Buried Blades, damaging nearby targets or enemies for as long as you hold the skill. So some of these skills seem to be channeling and also attack time, and that was my worry, right? We all know that maces suck big time because of the total attack time.
Yeah, they suck.
And this is a second or third skill that's channeling and having total attack time, so we'll see how that really feels. But from the footage, this skill seemed pretty good for AoE, but I don't know, I'm just worried about channeling skills for like on clearing maps. Could be good on bosses, but we shall see about that. Again, there is a explosion, lightning bolts, blood ground, sand disc. There is just a lot affected here. Now, my favorite skill of them all is this war cry, Intimidate. Perform a war cry, intimidating nearby enemies and empowering subsequent melee attacks to trigger a damaging shockwave on hit. Now, this skill can be bypassed by expending endurance charge, just like any other war cry. Now, what Intimidate means is you deal more damage by 10% to the target, and the target deals less damage by 10% to you. So this is amazing. I'm a big fan of that. Obviously, we don't know the numbers on the shockwave, so we shall see about that. Now, Earth Rend is another skill. This is a duration base, so gouge the ground with your sword, creating a damaging fissure that causes a blade to erupt at its terminus. If used from ready stance, we don't really know how to get ready stance, or there will be a mention in one of the skills, but instead create a series of blades along the length of the fissure. This seems a pretty good skill, the duration based fissure. If it's anything similar to Earthquake, you could probably reduce the duration so it explodes faster, if that's what they mean by damaging fissure, but we shall see about that. Other skill, we got Sand Scour, so step backwards and slash forward while flinging sand, blinding enemies and
blinding enemies? No way. Added attack time 0.25. Channel and sustain strike melee AoE.
Primed for stun. Consuming a frenzy charge if possible to... Okay, I was lying. There is a frenzy charge. If possible to additionally fire sand disc. This skill can be used while using other skills to interrupt them, so you can animation cancel. That's how I take it. Could be pretty good. Can be held to...
Step backwards? Yeah, the thing is, these skills have step backwards, making it feel so clunky, man. RP animations.
This is the one I was talking about in previous skill, or sand stance instead if an enemy was heavy stunned or a frenzy charge consumed. There's just a lot of conditions for these skills, man. Like, there's a lot of lines for each of these skills. It's actually insane. So again, Sand Scar, we got Strike, we got Sand Disc, we got Ready Stance. I guess you could combine these two because this requires the Ready Stance. Or like, you know, not requires, but it's more stuff for that. Again, another channeling skill and sustained. So this is a strike ability as well. Now, some of these skills are also penalized when dual wielding, such as this one is you have less damage, 30%, but you have separate instances of damage while dual wielding, so that beats even this reduction. It's the same for maces. Multiplicative stun build up, pretty cool. Next up, we got Engage, another strike skill. So step forward with your weapon, causing knockback and stun build up. Hitting enemy that has been parried consumes the debuff to cause an explosion around them and grant you a frenzy charge. This skill can be used while using other skills to, again, another animation cancel. This will be similar to the parry from the buckler. I don't really think this will be used as much, maybe on bosses, but I don't know, maybe the step forward will be good. Attack damage 144% on level 13. I believe all these skills are showed as a level 13. Again, added attack time on this skill, by the way, but it's okay. Like 0.25 shouldn't be that bad. Let me check the others. Attack damage very low on the other one, and then Blade Lunge. Interesting. All right, so that was Engage. Next up, we got World Cutter. This seems to be very good for single target for bosses, similar to Supercharged Slam on maces, but channel to encase your sword with power and release to cleave the world into...
Stage skill, channeling, dude, Duels has so many channeling skills. Channel duration, stage, strike, melee, AoE.
Each stage increases...
What is this? This skill has its own attack time. What's the attack time?
The area and damage of strike. This skill has its own attack time. Again, channeling and attack time. Why, man? So level 3.
Why, man? Even he's like, why, man? Wait,
time.
It's 6-7? 2-6-7? Guys, melee can't be good in this game, alright? We're just playing bows again.
I mean, sure, it's channeling and staged, right? So the damage should hopefully be.
You better put Sydney Sweeney 1.0.
But you get multiplicative damage by 200% for additional stage, so maximum 3 stages, similar to Supercharged Slam, but overall this could be good for bosses, boss killing. Next up, Cyclone. We have talked about it yesterday, but this is a strike ability Cyclone, so passive like Tribal Fury, which adds splash to your strike skills, will be amazing for AoE. So channel to spin rapidly, damaging targets around you moving forward. Now overlapping, what's interesting is overlapping
Cyclone, 40% less movement speed. Also, this elemental ground shit.
Ground surface takes on that element. So stuff like Wake of Destruction boots that make you have permanent shocked ground underneath you, this skill will be affected by it. So that's really cool. You could have.
I mean, this gets okay. To be fair, this gets 10% more. Maybe you could quality stack Cyclone, right, for actual good move speed. You can get like what? You can get how much quality in this game? You can get really high quality in PoE2, can't you? Can you get like 70% quality, 80% quality? Was it? No, is it less than that? How much quality can you get right now on Gemling?
Permanent like lightning cyclone. That's amazing, right?
You have to.
Applying the surface debuff to enemy hits. Using this skill from blood and sand.
You can get really high quality right now.
Stances causes blood waves or sand discs to fly out for the first few seconds of channeling. We have seen it in the footage. They showcase this as well. So actually, yeah, that was pretty cool. Now again, there is a penalty.
It is fast attack speed. 330 base attack speed. I think the damage on this skill is pretty good. Not bad. Especially with the infused stuff, I makes it better.
While dual wielding, it's less attack speed this time. Not the biggest fan, because I plan to do this with dual wield, but I'm afraid this penalty will be just too huge. Like, this is also a multiplicative reduction, so that's not good, instead of additive. But for damage, yeah, it could be good. More movement speed while channeling, multiplicative is pretty good. You cannot be knocked back while channeling, I guess.
I mean, knockback while channeling. Wait, what knockbacks in this game? What monsters knock you back in this game? And the Antolins, the Chargers, the Boars. But is that knocking you back, or is that your character being pushed? Because like your character being pushed is like a model collision thing. I don't think that's counted as knocked back though.
I'm
not sure.
Now the last skill we got is Perforate, also one of the popular skills in PoE1. So step forward 3 times in rapid succession. Sounds like rapid strikes.
Wait, Jung loves the skill in PoE1.
The final strike in the sequence drills forward, causing rapid additional hits that inflict bleeding. Using this skill from ready stance immediately performs the final strike and additionally causes the drill's first hit against each enemy to release a blood nova if you're in blood stance.
0.5 come out, find out in 15 minutes.
Stance. Pretty cool design with these stances, but again, reduction with when dual wielding, which is okay, 20% reduction damage. If you have extra instants, that's not too bad. And the discs hit every 0.15 seconds, which is very fast. They get extra AoE over 0.4 seconds, not too bad, and magnitude of bleeding. So this seems to be mainly a bleed skill. So maybe bleed will finally make its way on top.
Are there drops?
With
yes,
the introduction
drops
of
command.
Duelist.
There form
because
post
it
on
seems
it
to be very focused on the bleed, especially in blood stances. So that will be pretty much it for the skills itself. Let me guys know what you think about them. Again, pretty cool design with these stances, blood and sand stance. Now in PoE1, that used to be an aura that gave you extra damage at the cost of less AoE in blood stance, and in sand stance you get more AoE but less damage. So I'm curious to see how this will work with these skills. The attack damage numbers on the skills don't seem as high. I mean, obviously it does on World Cutter as level 13. The Cyclone may be pretty good as well. Like it's 78%, but it's channeling ability. This could be very rough on the mana sustain.
Mana sustain is fine for Fizz though. You have Mana Leech. Mana Leech solves it. If you launch your Fizz.
If it's 25 per second, and it gets even increased
if you're Fizz, you can solve Mana Leech.
Modifiers to attack speed, which will be interesting. I wonder if this less attack speed affects the mana then, you know, if it's modifier to attack speed. Maybe. maybe, but I kind of wish we would see all the other effects in the other stances or the other upgrades of the skill. I would love to see that. Now this will enter your in ready stance and then you can perform perforate.
That's like a cost-benefit class.
How this will work. I heard from some people that play this in Gamescom that this is a lot of a combo-based character from the skills.
Combo-based character. Okay, it looks like I'm playing bows at 1.0.
It was probably a campaign showcase, nothing endgame. So we shall see about it. Again, thank you very much, guys, for watching. Let me know what you think in the comments below. And you guys have a great one. Until next time, peace.
12 minutes. Everything is combo based in the campaign. The thing is, Deadeye combos like 2 buttons, right? You place lightning rods down and land an arrow, or you press ice shot and then you press like snipe. These other combo based characters like 5 buttons. GTA 6 looks insane. Are they gonna post it on YouTube or something? I'm not fucking buying Netflix to watch the reveal. YouTube later? When's that? I watch it on YouTube. 2 hours? I can watch it this then. And the best part about Deadeye is the fact that you always get a 1-button gameplay when you have enough gear. Like you literally are just ice shot ending game. That's it. You're literally 1-button build. Yeah, your move skill, of course, but like Deadeye's so nice. Arcane Archer. If they actually really show Arcane Archer, yeah, we'll play it. Why not? We'll give it a try. If it sucks, we'll just go Deadeye. Oh shit! It's Duelist.
In the arena, glory is witnessed, but in the world, it is taken.
New leak. Zwan. Okay, that is not a leak. Johan, what did you link? Wow.
I will take what I am owed.
Another leak? Holy, this is a leak? And 9 minutes. That's why I watched the reveal here. I'd be happy as long as we get Arcane Archer. If it's on new to do, I'd be pretty happy. Please give Arcane Archer. We've been dying for this for a year. How tall is Karn? The real post? World first yell for hardcore and a fan. Wooden Joseph. What is this post? What is this? That's a big sword. Dude, you gotta stand there and dude, just know you're gonna stand there and channel for 3 seconds to do one attack, man. You challenge snipe, but snipe is like a snipe with attack speed. It's like what, half a second, and you drop snipe. You don't even use snipe in endgame. That thing has to one-shot bosses. That to be worth it. Is what I'm saying. If that one-shots bosses like snipe, sure, it's worth it. Major with 4 skill speed's not even that good. Major with that's best with 3 different ones. I think Major with only worth if you're going for MF, to be honest. No, Johan, we're not adding that. Yeah, I think so, JKL. 4x is the same as bad. 3x is ideal, 2x is fine. 4 different is also good. Did I play ads yet? Good call. I'll play ads right now so we get no ads during the live stream, all right? I'm playing 3 minutes ads right now so we got no ads during the stream. Are there drops? Yes, use the drops command. Also, if you do have Twitch Prime, you can subscribe for free and get no ads for a month for free. Just saying. Could be handy with 0.5 coming out. I'll answer this guy. Yo, thanks for the 5-month Prime. Yo, Shades, thanks for the Prime 8 months. Guardian, thanks for the Prime. Erican, thanks for the Prime. So you can check bottom right to see if you have Twitch Prime for free, subscribe for free, and get no ads for a whole month. It's insane. Thanks for the 9 months. Appreciate it. Why not sub to PoE channel? What if he's dude, they do one stream where you like 2 months? What if he's subscribed here? Thanks for Prime. Fubgun, Reviral.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and today I'm excited to show off our new class, the Duelist, which will be available in the 1.0 release on December the 11th.
KY 0.5.
But for those of you who just can't wait until 1.0 later this year, after showing the Duelist, we'll also be showing off a new event based on the Ritual League called the Forbidden Rites, which will be releasing next week along with the 055 update.
Next week.
All that, a Q&A with Ziggy D to answer your questions from Twitch chat. But not only that, afterwards we'll be going straight to the final qualifier for the poe2 races, the winner of which will be going to ExileCon in November to compete in the finals.
There's here Friday.
The Duelist.
The Duelist.
Now the Duelist comes with a new weapon type that it's kind of crazy we didn't have, swords. And with each new weapon type, we want to make sure that the playstyle feels different to all the others. So what defines combat with a sword? To us, it's that feeling of flow, from attack to attack, and from stance to stance. And what better place to demonstrate the Duelist's abilities than the ruins of the Grand Arena? The corpses of the dead continue to fight endlessly as the arena collapses around them.
Backwards.
Should you get to the center, you'll be able to face Thrax, their champion. The first mechanic we need to talk about is Ready Stance. After using some Duelist skills, you can keep holding the button to ready your blades for your next strike. Normally, your basic sword slash would look like this, but in Ready Stance it turns into a deadly AoE slash instead. Your Ready Stance also has the ability to be upgraded.
Getting more combos.
This is Sand Scour, another Ready Stance attack, and if you stun enemies with it, you'll enter Sand Stance, and using this with your default attack will send out a Sand Disc. But default attack isn't the only ability that can be modified by your stance, like Perforate for example. This skill is a triple stab, where the third strike sends out drills, bleeding your enemies. But from Ready Stance, you can skip right to the drills. If you use it from Sand Stance though, it will send out a bunch of mini
animation of the duel is really nice though. It's very high quality.
Perfect for large packs. Together, these basic abilities give a very unique feel to sword combat. It's quite different than any other class we've made, flowing from ability to ability. There's also some abilities that you can use while in Ready Stance, without breaking it. A good example are War Cries, like this one, Intimidate.
Time to die!
Use it to deliver a cutting insult to your foe, intimidating them and causing your next attack to knock them off balance. Another great ability you can use already is Rending Dash. This movement skill slices through monsters, but since you stay in ready stance, it allows you to reposition to the perfect angle to strike. So far, we've been using Sand Stance to tackle these enemies.
That's rare in poe2.
But what about Blood Stance? For that, we'll need to switch from two-hand to dual wield. Now with swords, we wanted to make sure that the different options of one-hand, two-hand, or dual wield each have their own interesting playstyle. So unlike other weapon types, dual-wielding swords gives you the ability to parry attacks.
Harry, hell
Follow up
yeah.
with Bloodied Blade to enter Blood Stance. When using this one with default attack, you'll create a deadly blood wave, causing your enemies to bleed. And of course, Blood Stance will also work with other skills that benefit from stances. So use it with Perforate, for example, and you'll get a bunch of mini blood novas. Once your enemies are bleeding, you might want to try out Hemorrhage. This skill creates deadly blood slashes that drastically speed up the bleeding on your enemies. And once the enemies have built up enough blood loss, slice through them with a Rending Dash to consume all the blood loss for a giga bleed.
Nice.
Now one skill we couldn't have made the Duelist without is Cyclone. It's an absolute fan favorite, and just like before, when using it, you can spin to win. But this class is all about using stances, so how about we try it with one of those? Use Cyclone from Sand Stance, and you'll be spewing sand discs at your enemies left and right. Great for AoE clear.
Listen, don't mind his move
parry
speed.
also had a significant upgrade compared to before, and it's a lot more reliable now. But there's also another way to parry monsters that doesn't require waiting for them to attack you.
Active parry?
By switching to a shield, you can now bash enemies straight out of ready stance to parry them without waiting for an attack.
Kinda good, I guess.
During the arena's heyday, challengers would first have to face deadly beasts to test their mettle, so why should it be any different now? Before you can face Thrax, you will need to defeat these dangerous adversaries to prove your worth.
Almost died, Monka.
Another trick the Duelist has up his sleeves are Buried Blades. Earthrend creates blades that slice through the ground towards your enemies, and once in the ground, these blades have a few uses. The first one of these can be done using Charged Slash. The basic version is a simple lightning-infused cleave, but do it from ready stance, and it changes into a deadly spin, sending out lightning projectiles. But Charged Slash can also be used with the Buried Blades. Hitting them will turn them into mini Tesla coils, dealing lightning damage to nearby enemies. It seems here we have a warrior who refused to die. I'm sure we could put his equipment to better use.
What is this? A merc. Oh, he sticks it all?
I've no guilt in this.
You just undress him?
You could also switch to a two-hander to plunge your blade into the ground, sending out a set of 3 blades that explode. But if you use Earthrend first, then you can get even more blades, and the blade plunge will make all of them explode. If you want an even greater field of blades, using Ready Stance with Earthrend has an interesting effect. Instead of creating one blade, it makes an entire wall of them. You can also hold the Blade Plunge skill to charge up the swords even further before they explode.
Sick.
Ooh, watch out for those chimeras. So for maximum damage, use Ready Stance into Earthrend, charge them up with Charge Slash, and do a held Blade Plunge for a massive explosion. But that's not all.
Oh shit.
Blood and Sand work with the Blade Plunge too, to empower all the buried blades. Use it with sand to generate continuous sandstorms around all your blades. And this can be a devastating combo to blend bosses. Or use it with blood to create blood pools around each blade. Cycloning through the blood pools will add blood to your cyclone, so that can be a fun option. But while we're talking about that, Cyclone counts as a storm, so it can pick up other elemental ground effects too. Blade Conduit will summon a bolt of lightning to your blade and create shocking ground, and cycloning through it will add lightning to your cyclone.
Lightning Cyclone.
Combine it with the blood to get both effects. And of course it's possible to get blood, sand, ice, fire, and lightning all at the same time on your cyclone.
Use barracks.
You guys will have to work out a good build for that yourselves.
Use equip barracks, no?
Already you can see from just the tools I've shown you, this class has a lot of interesting combinations of abilities. With even just a few skills, there are a huge number of options you can do in combat. Now before we get to the boss fight of this area, there's just one more skill I'd like to show you. World Cutter. charge it up, and unleash the ultimate slash.
Hell yeah.
But that's not all. Like so many of the duelist abilities, it can be further enhanced with blood stance, or sand stance too. Alright, so those are just a few of the tools the duelist has at his disposal. So let's use them to face the true threat, Thrax, the champion of the arena.
Let me see it. The champion. Parry. Good parry, good parry. Listen, if I was playing Ice Shot Deadeye, who we did already. I'm just saying. Dude, I'm making the same thing as Chu, but it's like 1 EPS. What's damn? Combo? Hold? Yo, use the big sword. I want to see the big sword damage. I think it's the big sword at once yet. Oh! Oh shit, that did some damage.
Alright, so that's a taste of what we have in store for the duelist. It's my favorite class I've ever worked on, and provides a really dynamic combat experience that's just quite unlike any other ARPG.
Every new class is Jonathan's favorite class.
We also want to show what kind of possibilities there are for the duelist in the endgame.
Okay, let's see this.
To do that, I'll hand things over to Mark.
Okay, this is good,
Hi,
Let's see the
I'm
endgame
Mark
duelist.
Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Today, we're going to go through 2 in-game builds that we've put together for the duelist made by our developers.
Alright.
Our first build is called the Bringer of Blades, a mighty name once feared in the arena. This build is all about rising buried blades from beneath the ground. Some say each sword created by this build is from a foe slain in battle in the gladiator arena, and from the afterlife, they offer their sword back to you in respect. The bread and butter of this build uses Earthrend, supported by the lineage support Calm's Madness, to maximize the efficiency of creating buried blades. It combines that with the Blade Conduit skill to charge up all the blades with lightning. You can also use the Astral Projector support on it to be able to do so from ranged, if you want to minimize risk and play shock round underneath your enemies. We also have Earthrend supported by Electrocute, so that we can keep the enemies crowd controlled. Then it's just simple. Spam Earthrend, occasionally using Blade Conduit to refresh the charged lightning on all the blades. For stronger enemies, or larger packs, we want to be able to get sand stuns. The best way to do that while clearing is using Combat Frenzy. Simple, now you're generating frenzy charges. With those, we can use Sand Scour to enter sand stuns. And from sand stuns, use Blade Plunge to cause sand discs to appear on all of our many buried blades, covering the screen in storms of sand.
Build I've seen.
Of course, you want to use Eroding Sands too, because as the sand discs are doing many small hits, you want to make sure enemies have as little armor as possible for maximum damage. Alongside that, since we're doing lightning damage, we're also going to throw in the new support Sandstorm, which causes our sand discs to become infused with lightning.
Oh shit, that's some good damn.
The other tool we're using is this support, which causes all your buried blades to add miniature auras that
Clear
give
looks
you damage.
ass though. Like the
To
clear
double
looks
down
complete
on
ass.
that further, we have this new passive skill Notable, which also causes your buried blades to make you angry, causing you to generate rage on hit while near them. With those, we want even more buried blades. So, let's take it to the extreme. And for that, we have this skill, Rain of Steel, which allows you to call down a whole ruckus of swords, covering the entire battlefield in buried blades.
A very long combo,
It's pretty
though.
obvious what to do next. Just use the existing combos, and the entire screen becomes surging with lightning as sand discs
But we're not going
run
to sit there
wild.
for 3 seconds, holding down a combo.
There's more coming
to clear
even
a
still.
pack.
Alongside the duelist, we've made a whole bunch of new epic swords. I mean, just look at them all. This build in particular uses this sword, which causes all your buried blades to be enhanced by Karui magic and become ancestrally boosted. Then, take these new passive skill notables, specifically for boosted attacks, to improve your efficiency even further. There's a few new ways to boost attacks with the duelist, and we're excited for you to discover and integrate them into your builds. With all that combined, look at this actual mayhem. Now, we tried to not use unique items on this build, as we wanted to show its potential with just standard gear and skills.
This
But this
channel
next
is
one is
faster.
a different story. So,
Okay, this
let's
build,
move
let's see,
on to
let's
our
see.
second build. Here we have the Scourge Walker. For this build, we wanted to do Cyclone with a twist. For
Cyclone,
that,
okay.
we're going to use some uniques, starting with a new sword being introduced alongside the duelist, Oro's Sacrifice. This sword grants a ton of fire damage, at the expense of your physical damage,
Gross.
and grants a new skill called Infernal Step. Infernal Step itself is pretty fun, and pretty epic. Use it as you flicker around, burning enemies as you strike them.
Oh shit.
Be wary though. There are both upsides and downsides to using this skill consecutively. Each use gains you a stack of Sacrificial Flame.
A little bit
While
faster
this
now.
isn't inherently a downside, using Infernal Step while you have Sacrificial Flame causes you to take fire damage, and the more you have, the more you take. So you want to make sure you mitigate as much fire damage taken as possible. In order to do this, we're using even more uniques, like these, which have received some changes: Molten Tenet and Zoph's Blood. Then we've just gone and used good armor
Zoph's
gear in our
Blood.
core armor slots to stack up as much defense as possible. So, what about damage? We're doing a few things here that are pretty out there. Given we're using Oro's Sacrifice, we're dealing purely fire damage. However, we still need to be able to bleed for some huge DPS you'll see soon. To do that, we're using this
The Cyclone
unique
looks sick. Why is that
Blistering
little
Bomb.
smooth feed though?
This allows our fire damage to scale bleeding, instead of physical damage. Our last unique is Barrack's Respite. As said originally, we want a Cyclone, which is a wind skill, and can benefit from
There you
elemental
go.
ground surfaces. Now, our Cyclone is a fiery vortex. One last thing to note before showcasing our Scourge Walker in action is that Oro's Sacrifice also grants you frenzy charges while at maximum Sacrificial Flame. This will allow us to fold
Yeah,
Bloody
Theodore
Blade
with
into our rotation between Cyclone sessions to get blood-enhanced Cyclone.
It's a budget build, no taming.
Alright, now you can see our basic rotation. First, we use Infernal Step a few times. Then, once we have a frenzy charge, we use Bloodied Blade. This puts us in blood stance. And then it's simple. Cyclone away. As you can see, we have the perfect harmony of demonic powers. Blood and fire fill the screen. Honestly though, we need to add
Cyclone
some
is so
horror
slow,
and
it'd be
flesh to
so
the build
good.
to really embrace the
40%
fantasy.
less is so
For that,
massive.
let's use this new support gem, which we will put on our Cyclone. Given we're already bleeding, this can cause enemies to shed chunks of flesh when hit, which explode after a short delay. Check out this ruckus. Oh, and while we're at it, let's add even more fire by using the Fan the Flame support. At this point, you can already see how much this is getting out of control. I love it. You may notice we have an excess of frenzy charges. So, you want to throw on Echoing Strikes, which consumes all your frenzy charges to cause our next Cyclone to create a bunch of Cyclones. Feel free to add Infernal Cry to the mix, cause why not? Okay, well it's already pretty damn strong, but we can
This build
push
looks
it
better than the
further.
last build though.
What about single target? For that, we're going to make use of our second weapon set and use a one-hand sword and Taj, which grants parry. However, instead of using a regular Taj, we're going to use this Runeforged Taj, which grants us a special version of parry that maintains its stances when used. So if you are in blood stance and use it, you will remain in blood stance afterwards. This includes while using the dashing parry that Jonathan mentioned earlier. We are going to want our parry debuff duration to be as long as possible, so we can spend more time spinning. To get that, we're using another new sword base type. This one adds base duration to parry. We've also then invested into as much parry duration in this weapon set as possible on new passives on the tree. Now, we can make this even better by using a new support that allows our parry to apply armor break. And to get it to benefit from our fire damage, we will anoint the Molten One's gift on our amulet. Now, our armor break causes enemies to take extra fire damage. So now, we just get into blood stance using Bloodied Blade, use parry, which dashes in, keeping us in blood stance. Then
this build does damage,
our way to glory.
This build does damage.
Don't forget to also use Echoing Strikes once you get enough frenzy charges. I mean, just look at this damage. You may have noticed we didn't show any Ascendancy classes. That's right. These builds weren't even Ascended, so their build potential goes so much higher. And the Ascendancies are pretty epic. Here's some art to tease them. But to find out more about that, you'll have to check them out when we show them at ExileCon later this year. We hope you enjoyed our Duelist demonstration. We're really excited to have you get your hands on it and start slicing and dicing throughout Champion Slayer. Now, Path of Exile 2's full 1.0 launch is later this year on December 11th. But if you just can't wait till then, next week we are doing our 055 update, and it includes a bunch of changes as well as a new event. Given that, it's finally time to talk about Forbidden Rites, a new event based on the Ritual League that will be starting with our 055 patch next week. But that's not all.
Chaos
we also have a massive overhaul to the Trial of Chaos, some new in-game Abyss content, and more. So, let's dive straight into it. The King in the Mists and his cultists, left unchecked, have spread their influence. By his will, the Nameless have been performing gruesome rituals throughout Rayclast, all the way from the forests of Ogum to the deserts of the Maraketh, and even Utsal and the Karui Islands, afflicting everything around them with a foreboding darkness. As you can see, they've been quite successful in their efforts, and if not stopped soon, who knows what will become of Rayclast. During the Forbidden Rites event, your goal is to put an end to their nefarious plans. In each area of the campaign, you'll find a ritual encounter. For those unfamiliar, these are effigies that are guarded by the Nameless and their servants. By defeating them within the ritual site, you can then activate the effigy and fight them again as they are revived by dark magic, all whilst various plagues will try to kill you. Defeating the revived monsters causes their blood to go to the effigy to be used as tribute. After the encounter, use the tribute you earned to acquire rewards. These rituals, unlike their in-game counterparts, will not exclusively reward unique items, and instead will give you a bunch of items useful for leveling.
Yeah, it's just the old ritual.
Crafting your gear alongside a bunch of equipment. Ultimately, in every area, you get to kill some monsters and then go on a small shopping spree. However, we know people liked having unique item rewards from Ritual, and we wanted that to still be present in the campaign, but we just couldn't give one out in every single area. Throughout each act, 2 times, and once in each interlude part, you'll see these clusters of more epic ritual effigies on the world map.
Hell yeah.
When you reach these areas, you'll notice that unlike normal, the effigies aren't just in a random location in the area, but they're on top of the area's boss fight. By completing these boss rituals, the boss will then be carried forward and added to the next ritual in the cluster in the next area, where you'll face it as part of an increasingly dangerous series of boss waves. For example, the first cluster you'll encounter is shown here, containing large effigies in Clearfell, Mudburrow, the Grelwood, and the Grim Tangle. If you complete the ritual in Clearfell, the Hag boss will appear during the ritual in the Mud Burrow, alongside
yeah, it takes
the
a long in campaign.
Once you've completed that area, the ritual in the Growlwood will include Bramble
Yeah, this is a skipping
alongside
campaign.
the Hag and the Devourer. Then, to top it off, when you get to Grimtangle, the ritual in that area will have its boss, the Rotten Druid, and the previous 3, totaling 4 boss fights and 1 epic final showdown.
This is like way too much time for campaign
That's
to make it
where
worth
the unique
it.
rewards come into play. By
For one single
completing these
unique.
epic boss ritual encounters,
bro, none of these
you
uniques do
then get to
anything in
spend your
campaign.
tribute on unique items. Given ritual is
That's way
the
too
content of the
long.
league, we wanted to make sure it worked in multiplayer well. Historically, only the creator of the area gets to spend tribute at the end, while your friends just have to watch. We've made some improvements to this experience. In 055, every party member earns their own tribute and can spend it on their own rewards, so no one has to miss out. In order to make it not too rewarding in groups, we've restricted it so party members are unable to reroll the shop and they have fewer options available to choose from.
Okay, that's fine then.
So that's the campaign
It would be
and a
good if groups
multiplayer
then.
improvement. But what about the endgame? Given that ritual was already available to be added to your maps, well, once you reach the endgame, you'll still have ritual encounters in every area, and they'll still give unique items and omens, but we've added 1 extra mechanic here to add new difficulty and reward heights to your endgame maps. After completing rituals in endgame, you want to keep an eye out for this item, a Sacred Bloom, which you can spend tribute on to acquire. If you happen to find one, you can then use it and apply an entrance to the Wildwood to an in-game map of your choice on the Atlas. Then, when you enter that map, you'll find this entrance at the start of the
actual
area.
poe2 Wildwood?
By entering it, you're sent
What?
into the Wildwood. You have limited time here, but while in the Wildwood you can find wisps, and you want to follow the trails of them and
The
collect as many
collection's
as
back
possible.
for real this
There are
time.
3 different types of wisps: Primal, Vivid, and Wild. When you then have to exit the Wildwood, the wisps are freed and will spread across the map, possessing and influencing many
There's some
monsters.
endgame juicing though.
Primal wisps, when freed, can cause normal monsters to become magic monsters. Vivid wisps, when freed, can add additional modifiers to rare monsters.
Oh, they're way different.
And wild
Poe1
wisps
wisp.
add rarity of items dropped to all monsters.
Ooh, that one's good.
If you're rarely lucky, keep an eye out for these sacred wisps. I wonder what they do. Of course, you can gather all 3 types of wisps if you really want to juice your maps. And by using ritual tablets, you can increase the amount of wisps found while in the Wildwood. Be warned though, while affected monsters drop better items, the wisps also empower them, making them considerably more difficult to defeat. So, that's the Forbidden Rites event. While it isn't a full league in the traditional sense, it gives you the perfect opportunity to start in a fresh economy. For those of you who enjoy having clear goals to work towards, this event league also introduces a new set of 8 challenges. These include completing the campaign rituals, defeating named rare monsters, reaching level 90, and more. Completing them will earn you 4 exclusive cosmetic rewards and a statue for your hideout to commemorate your success. Swarm your enemies with the Locust Footprints effect, and send your foes scurrying to their demise
That's
with
sick.
the Locust Swarm finisher effect. Fear
cool
the dark
finisher.
no longer with your Wildwood Guardian pet at your side, and level up in fashion with the Wildwood Affliction level up effect.
That's also sick.
Next, let's talk about the Trial of Chaos. Since Early Access launched, we've received
This
a
is the
lot of
worst
feedback
mechanic
about
in
the
the
Trial
game.
of Chaos. It was just obvious that it wasn't good enough. So we've gone through pretty much every part of this trial and made improvements across the board. There's so much to cover here, so let's just fire away with some of the more important changes. Starting with a banger. You can now leave the Trial of Chaos between rooms and resume later at your
Good.
leisure. Alongside improving almost every aspect of the encounter types, we've made far more of the rooms just about slaying all the enemies. instead of the more specific objectives like escorting the statue or implanting soul cores. We've increased the size of that pesky elevator and made them more responsive. We've made the doors between rooms open quicker and from further away. We've shortened the distance between rooms to have less running. We've added a lot more inherent scaling to the area and to the Trial of Sekimus too, to account for the lack of Atlas Tree. We've made the Trial Master only time freeze to spawn in all the monsters once at the start of the run, instead of in many of the rooms. On top of that, we have done a full pass on all the modifiers, making them significantly less dangerous at lower tiers, and rising to the same difficulty at their maximum tier. Additionally, all the modifiers now grant bonuses to item rarity too. The modifiers now also have better descriptions, being more explicit about what danger you're signing up for. We've also added a new kind of modifier, called a wager modifier. These are meta mods that can significantly increase the danger and reward of your trial. For example, this one increases the tier of every modifier already applied to your run, but in exchange for that, doubles all the currency you've earned so far in the run. There's about a dozen of these, and they have some pretty interesting effects. Sometimes you want to apply them early in the run, other times late. They add a very cool dynamic element to the mod selection between rooms. The Uxmal the Beast Lord boss fight in the Trial of Chaos has had its arena redesigned entirely. Less flying, more attacking. The more significant elite monsters that spawn during the Trial of Chaos are now more dangerous, but more rewarding. Speaking of rewards, you can now also find these chests between each room to get some bonus items for your efforts. And the rewards available when choosing modifiers no longer offer random corrupted items.
Good.
Now exclusively offering only currency items and soul cores.
That's good.
Oh, and we've done a full balance pass on those too, to make them more powerful, alongside adding some new ones to the trial and endgame.
All slam skills.
Speaking of the trial and endgame, for those looking for a greater challenge, you'll no longer need to have to stop after 10 rooms. You can now continue all the way to room 30, with the difficulty and rewards escalating as you progress. Combined with the previously mentioned wager modifiers, the rewards of these runs can get very, very juicy.
Divines. I see 4 divines there.
Reaching these later rooms will also allow you to obtain all 3 Trial Master fragments in a single run, giving skilled players a clear and reliable path towards facing the Trial Master rather than leaving their progress entirely to chance.
Nice.
We've moved the functionality of the wager currency mechanic from magic inscribed ultimatums that could drop from the Trial Master into the base mechanic.
That's good.
This can be accessed at the end of every 10th room. Overall, this is a much more polished version of the Trial of Chaos, and we think it addresses many of the concerns players have raised over the past several months.
You mean past the whole years?
When we introduced the new endgame in Return of the Ancients, we wanted the journey through the fortress to feel epic. And it was. But your first time progressing through it, it is a massive undertaking. With a fresh economy, we wanted to make the fortress easier to complete. So in 055, we're making some changes. After completing the main questline, you can now just venture out of the fortress and find another Arbiter of Divinity key. By defeating this more difficult version of the boss, all remaining sections of the fortress will be automatically completed. Now, onwards to Abyss. We're introducing a new Atlas feature centered around it. We wanted to add more things to find when exploring the Infinite Atlas. So, we've added these new abyssal ravines that can appear.
Okay.
Each map on the ravines has abysses in it, and as you complete each along it, the next map gets more and more rewarding as you push the Abyssal Legion back. When you reach the last map on the ravine, you'll have a guaranteed Abyssal boss encounter. The Forbidden Rites event will not have Runes of Aldo content in each area. But fret not. Pharaoh, Danig, and Expedition content is still going to be available in the Atlas as core, and that includes standard leagues. You can now continue to find expeditions in-game, but from Act 4 onwards. In the endgame, expedition tablets will now be available, allowing for some new levels of investment into the league. Such as having 2 full expeditions in just one area. alongside up to 2 standalone Remnant encounters. With tablet mods, you can now even get many sentries per expedition, resembling an almost sentry minion build as you run around and apply runic modifiers to monsters across the maps. The existing Runes of Eldar League will continue to run, so if you want to keep playing there, finishing your endgame and completing challenges, feel free to do so. So that's all our new content summarized for this Event League and 055 update. In case you didn't see it alongside Path of Exile 1's release for Curse of the Allflame, here's a reminder to check out our supporter packs and mystery box that release with it, which are now fully available for use in Path of Exile 2 as well. These include the Plague and Remedis supporter packs, and the Curse of the Allflame mystery box, with some epic items including armor sets, weapon skins, weapon effects, map devices, hideouts, a new tracking scroll, some otters, and much more. If you would like to purchase the Curse of the Allflame mystery box, it's available now through the in-game shop and Path of Exile 2 website. For more information, head to pathofexile2.com/mystery box for all the details.
Buy boxes now.
We'll also be releasing some cool new armor sets and skill effects alongside this release. Check these out. If you're interested, keep an eye out on the store with the new release. Thanks for your support. Now, we had originally thought we were going to deploy a much larger balance pass in this patch. But unfortunately, with all the other work going on for our 1.0 release, we were not able to get these changes ready in time. It's been a lot more work than we expected. So rather than deploy something substandard, we decided it would be better to take our time with the balance changes and just release
where's the balance in PoE2?
All those balance changes that were slated for 055 will now be happening in 1.0 instead. The full release patch is shaping up to be a huge one, and if you haven't done so yet, you can acquire exclusive milestone rewards just by signing up at pathofexile2.com for the 1.0 full release. Also, we hope you join us for ExileCon on November 7th New Zealand time to see what else we've been cooking up. But in the meantime, we hope you enjoy the Forbidden Rites event, which starts at the end of next week. See you in Rayclast. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D, so get your questions ready.
The changes are really cool. All the endgame changes are more than I expected, but no balance is really unfortunate. Because doing the exact same meta again is kind of boring. Play Monkey. Monkey's really boring. Diddy's Abyss Crack Deli Hunting.
G'day and welcome back, Exiles. I'm joining you from around the world. I am Ziggy D in Australia. We've got Jonathan over at Gamescom and we've got Mark in New Zealand. So we're all over the place this time, coming at you remotely for some Q&A to talk about what we saw with the Duelist today, the 0.55 event update, and various other little questions that you might have in a bit of a mini Q&A session. Thanks for joining us from all over the place, folks. Jonathan, you're at Gamescom at the moment, where some lucky people are able to actually play the Duelist. How's it been going?
Absolutely. So yeah, it's honestly been great. It's really good to see players just being able to play and experience the game. It's always fun.
His mic is terrible.
But, my voice is actually a bit screwed right now because I've been kind of yelling over the loudness of the Gamescom. Trying to explain complicated Duelist mechanics. In yelling form. So my voice is a bit messed up. So hopefully you guys can forgive that. But it's always fun talking to players and journalists and seeing what they think.
Yeah, have you been able to get some good kind of in-person feedback there, since you're right there with people as they're playing?
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's great. We've also got Kevin, who's been one of the designers, doing working on the Duelist as well. He's been able to get direct feedback, talk to players as well. It's been really good.
Awesome. And Mark, you're over in New Zealand where you were just working on the endgame builds that you showcased in that video there, which were pretty spicy. How are things going over there in the studio?
Well, I'm at home right now, but it's been pretty hectic.
Sure.
Just putting it always is for these deadlines, just pulling everything together. But yeah, these in-game builds we just had to put together in the last, honestly, it felt like the last week really is when I was like, okay, we've got to theory craft some epic shit. Let's put it together. And came up with, I said made by developers. Technically that is true, but I kind of theory crafted both of them and was like, let's get cranking. And they both seemed pretty fun. I mean, they were definitely fun to play. Hopefully they were fun to watch, but there's a lot more as well. So there's like, good dozen builds I had in mind, and I was like, oh, we were going to go with them, and we're going down a whole bunch of different paths, and it just kind of ended up, I was like, I want to do something traditional that uses a bunch of swords and something demonic, because why not? So it was quite interesting that I ultimately just got to pick a fantasy and then make it happen. But of course, the difference between me making builds and players making builds is you have to make a build with what works, whereas I make the build and then I'm like, go and make it happen, development team. Thank you. So
change the balance until it works, basically.
Yeah.
Make this a thing. Well, you certainly have a lot to work there with the Duelist. There is a lot going on there. I know, Jonathan, you personally were just telling me earlier that you're like very excited for the Duelist in particular, and that it's the most
really
fun
sucks,
you've had with the game.
We just know it's already going to be the best for everything.
Really,
shame.
I really love this class. Like, I really love melee combat in games. Like, it's something that I really enjoy. And this one really, honestly, I would say finally kind of delivers something that I would say is like peak melee in an ARPG. Like, I honestly really love it. But also just there's so many intricacies to the skill design in this class that's really interesting. Like, I don't think we've ever sort of woven so many different ways to kind of do mechanics with all the different with all the different skills. Like every skill is like designing 3 or 4 skills, honestly, just due to all the different ways that you can use them. But at the same time, it's like it's all quite diegetic, by which I mean like you kind of like there's metal in the ground, you electrify it, now it's like zapping things and things like it's all kind of obvious in some ways.
Going on,
but
I Twitch is lagging.
Also kind of complicated too because there's just so many ways you can use everything.
There's a ton of nuance to it, but even so, I had a chance to play it last time I was visiting, like a couple months back, and there's some sort of intuitiveness to how the skills end up working together, where you can almost play without reading some of those descriptions. I think, which is good because there's a lot of descriptions you did have to write for those. Given the
it is actually kind of interesting in the studio because the people who are more, I guess, stat focused are actually the ones that feel the class is more complicated and the ones who just like take it as they see it. Because if you look at the number of stat sets, it is kind of crazy because you'll have like, it's like you've got a buried blade explosion and then you've got to be like, okay, then buried blade when it's got electricity and then buried blade explosion with electricity, with electricity, right? Or versus just the electrical hits. And it just ends up being like half a dozen stat sets on every skill that you, which is what we call the different tabs that you see on the skill gem. So yeah, if your first experience of the game is like looking at the skill gem hovers and like looking at every single stat set, then you're not necessarily in for as good of a time as if you just like try out the skill and see what it does.
There's no balance, so it's actually
that's sort of quite different than what a lot of our skills have been like in the past. But I honestly really love it just because there's so many interesting ways to use the skills.
With this, just having such an extensive set of like skill interactions compared to anything you've had so far, how challenging is designing this one and getting it to work and be playable in that way, being, say, compared to the Huntress and the Druid?
Well, I'll tell you what, this is one of the hardest classes.
Jonathan's a multi-millionaire. Why does he have a $10 mic?
Pretty much the most generic weapon ever, right? And you ask like 10 different people what a sword does, and they'll give you 10 different answers. Like there are certain fantasies, and we kind of had to make sure we were delivering like pretty much anyone's fantasy of a sword, and there's like quite a few different ones, right? So you have to go through. But I think the kind of like thing that ties it all together is that to me, swords are about like the kind of that flow feeling. That's what I kind of wanted to nail, and that's where the whole sort of ready stance thing kind of came from. So it took a lot of iteration to get there. I went through so many different designs.
Oh, he's in Germany.
Swords could work. And eventually it's funny because the whole blood and sand thing
also, Twitch is giga dying right now.
And at some point I realized that some of the stuff that we were designing was coming kind of close to that. And I'm like, oh yeah, hang on. In PoE1 we've got this blood and sand theme. What if we actually took that and like effectively used that theme on top of some of the mechanics we were designing? And then it all kind of really rapidly came together after that. Like we suddenly realized like, yeah, this is sort of the feel, like the theme of like physical stuff that we can go with for the Duelist. And it ended up working really well. So I'm really happy with the way that ended up.
Yeah, the stance thing in particular, I remember when I was trying it, like, and you're talking about flow and how important that was. And I remember I was having an issue where I really wanted to get into ready stance and then move to the next monster to execute my next skill.
Right.
But that would break ready stance. But I noticed that that's something that you've solved in the new iterations. You've got this way
Yeah,
that you can even carry through now.
Yeah, so since you played that, we added the idea that there are some skills that you can use without breaking ready stance, and in particular, the rending dash that you can use to sort of dash from one place to another. Having that be an option that you can do without breaking ready stance sort of allows for that repositioning that you can do, and it honestly speeds up quite a lot what you can do. I didn't use it that much in the in the demo that I was showing, but for actual like practical play, I highly recommend using it because you know, if you're someone who likes to zoom around, then using that skill can really add quite a lot to what you're doing.
I think people are probably a little bit confused in general about like the ready stance and the blood and sand as well. So how do those just effectively work ultimately?
Yeah. So fundamentally what you've got here is that there are two different, or at least two that we showed, ready stance skills. One of them kind of moves backwards as more defensive, and that's the sand one. If you stun a monster with that, then it's going to put you in sand stance. The other one is moving forward, more aggressive, and that one, if you hit a parried monster, it's going to put you in blood stance. So if you're into the sort of parry gameplay early on, then blood is the one for you. If you're more into, you know, if you're not into that, then using the sand one is like more your style. Then you can go that way. But all of it is bypassable with frenzy charges as well. So one of the questions that we often get is like, oh, you know, what if I don't want to parry? What if I don't want to do the stun stuff? And frenzy charges effectively act as your
economy reset, yeah.
So as Mark showed in one of those builds there, yeah, combat frenzy is like a good way to be able to kind of like,
it's optional league
get
though.
those stances without that. But there's even other ways as well. So there's also support gems that allow you to get blood and sand without having to even do either of those skills as well, and like quite a few different options. Like there are actually a huge number of different options that
got a couple
really
uniques as well. We've got at least one sand stance unique and one blood stance unique right now that weren't shown.
And then there's also the thing of getting blood on the ground as a way to get blood on things like Cyclone. I actually didn't realize this was going to happen, but in one of my demos, I had one of those vampire monsters from Act 1, and it's like, use one of those blood pools on the ground, and that actually triggered the blood. And I had no idea that we actually had done that even. Like, I didn't realize that those blood pools technically were the same mechanic. So yeah, you can like get blood-coated Cyclone from just playing against one of those vampire monsters.
Well, that sort of touches on one of my other questions then. So like some people, I think, especially people who maybe just played a little bit of parry when Huntress first came out, and obviously since then it's changed quite a bit. But about parry, some people are definitely worried about parry. Like they see that as like a negative for a class to be focused on that because of the bad experience someone had with it or something. So how has parry changed or been improved here? And also how like mandatory is it for the duelist playstyle there?
Well, certainly we didn't want it to be mandatory because that was one of those things we did with the Huntress where parry was really important for that class initially, and we wanted to make sure that it wasn't here. That being said, it is a duelist. I want parry to be a thing for it, so like, you know, we did want at least one of the archetypes to involve that. But at the same time, one of the big issues that we've had with parry, kind of two things really, like it just comes down to unreliability. So there's a new change that we've just implemented for parry, which was actually quite complicated to do, and it's a little bit complicated to explain as well, but effectively what we've done is we've made it so that when you're parrying, your character is effectively enlarged for against skills that are parryable. So that means that you'd kind of have this problem before where you'd feel like you would try to parry something and it looked like the monster would kind of hit you, but it just didn't. And that was happening all the time, and that's one of the frustrating things about parry. So what we've done is now that we've made this change, it means that monsters hit you much more reliably when you're parrying, and so it just makes the whole thing a lot better. But the other issue that we had as well is just boss fights. Like some boss fights just don't really have a lot of parryable attacks, and that's where the shield thing comes in. We can do the shield bash to allow you to parry a monster even when they're not attacking you. So that one's kind of like, it also can be used during clearing as well. But I sort of saw that as fixing like the boss fight problem of like, just some bosses just don't have abilities that easy to parry. So it makes the whole thing a lot more reliable in any context right there. So both of those changes together really do improve the feel quite a lot compared to what we had before. And honestly, like, I mean, I love to parry personally, but as I said, even with that said, we know it's not for everyone, so we wanted to make sure there's other options too.
Yeah, that shield, the buckler shield bash parry was super satisfying when I was messing around with that. So
it is one of those things that's so hard to explain to people though, because where do you even put the tutorial for that? Like it's just kind of like an extra thing on your native skill that you've got, like, you know, just the shield that you've got right from the beginning. You know, normally people don't look at the videos for like the base skills like that. Like technically there are videos for it. If you go into the alt menu, you can get to it. But yeah, like nobody's really digging into there and looking for that. So it's kind of hard to find where to explain that. But I guess anyone who listens to this live stream will know about it. And hopefully that'll slowly make its way through the community.
I was going to ask, because like, I didn't even know about that until you told me about it later. What were you saying?
Yeah.
A couple more parry things there for a bit later as well. We have a, not that I'm trying to spoil everything. We have a new reservation skill called codenamed Arcane Parry right now, which is effectively it charges up, and then when you parry, it does a much more significant shockwave comes out of you, just to like allow for a lot more area of effect coverage.
And that means that all those monsters get parried as well, by the way. So the point of this is to effectively make it so that, like, we had this thing before where there was a period there where parry was like, you had a really, really huge range. And it was good for endgame, and but we didn't really like that it was so non-physical. So by adding like this kind of like effect to it and actually making it into a mechanic that you can do with a spirit reservation, now it becomes a thing that we can much more readily accept. And it is a good way to actually make parry viable in endgame as well, by just making it hit like a much larger area.
That parry fix where you're enlarged, is that in 0.55 or is that a 1.0 alongside Duelist change?
It's probably in 1.0, I would imagine.
1.0.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it'll be 1.0.
All right. What were you saying?
But yeah, we also have a new unique helmet coming, which causes your war cries to parry enemies.
What?
And then in the full radius. And we also have we're currently trying, we're hoping we can get this, but just so that if people want to play two-handed sword and want to still engage with it, we're trying a two-handed sword base type that grants parry, and you can parry with that. So that'll be a very specific base type.
I'm excited about that.
Base type.
Yeah.
I was definitely a little sad to see that you couldn't parry with the two-hander, but I kind of get not wanting them all to be the same. So having the differences there, because so you can parry with the dual wield swords, which is obviously a unique thing to swords. And you can parry with the buckler or the armor evasion shield bases, right? Like the other ones as well. So you've got the parry with those, but that lets you unique.
We've been talking about parry for like 20 minutes.
It does make them more work.
Can we change the topic?
Animations, right? You have to make a two-handed parry animation now.
Sure.
Just for that.
Sure. You know, it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
I was going to ask about the animations actually, because these are definitely sort of the cooler animations that we've seen so far, and also just in general, like some of the coolest sword animations I've seen in any game. Even noticing like some real kind of like authentic aspects to some of the movements and stuff. Like obviously it's over the top, like giant sword slams and stuff, but some of the like movements in like say the Cyclone and the way the swords twist around and the swords are handled and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, there's someone knows sword stuff on your team.
It has done a phenomenal job, not only of the animation itself, but also just researching stuff. And I actually had someone at Gamescom, like a journalist, say to me that they actually know how to, you know, they've used a sword and done some like, you know, blade practice. And the first thing he said to me was, oh, you know, like, did you like hire anyone to like advise about this? And it's like, no, whatever. Our animator is just really interested in this stuff. And what they do is he's got like a, you know, weighted plastic blade that he's got in the studio, and he can film video reference of himself like doing things and sort of get some of that to get video of it that he can use to kind of work out how to do the movements. But he's just really interested in all of this kind of stuff, and he does a lot of research, like watching YouTube videos of actual people like doing this stuff, and like it's resulted in like just a really amazing looking set of animations. Like honestly some of the best animation work we've done.
Yeah, I would have believed if you had said like, oh yeah, we had some Heba guy came in, we mocapped them or something. So that's really impressive work. So some great stuff. Yeah, it looks super wicked. But at the same time, like you've also not been afraid to go a bit over the top there. One of the press images with a gigantic anime.
I mean, there has to be some level of anime inspiration if you're talking about swords for certain things. Like as I said before, like everyone's got different fantasies about what being a swordsman means, and the sort of anime sword thing is definitely one of those. So
Jonathan's a weave.
Yeah, you've tried to touch on all of those. You definitely got that dash in kind of nothing personal anime thing where they slice and then fall apart afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not sure if we even showed that in the video really, but we actually have some new tech now where all the monsters are capable of being sliced into pieces. So it actually works like all the monsters are being like split up, and then we can. It's actually a mechanic. You know what? Actually, one of the in-game builds had it, didn't it? Where you slice monsters up. And then we've even got mechanics to take advantage of that, like the one that makes so that some of the chunks explode after they get sliced up.
Yeah,
so it's an actual thing now. We kind of originally did it just as a visual cool thing, but we turned an actual game mechanic as well now, so that's kind of interesting too.
I had the meat chunks on bleed. I think we're calling them meat chunks internally. Meat chunks on bleed, but I didn't have the meat chunks on slice and dice or whatever.
Right, okay, you didn't know that.
No, that's a different build.
Right.
All up, I know that this has been a pretty challenging class to showcase, and it's something we chatted about quite a bit, how you wanted to like show, the campaign and the end game. And I think like having both of those here in this showcase has been really good for people so they can see and have like kind of like that full picture. Obviously,
that was so late. Dude, Twitch is actually
show,
dead.
like how
Nothing's working on Twitch.
Interactions work, and then you wanted the end game to show.
Chat's barely working. Categories not working. The whole website's
how well
dead.
do you think overall that you've been managed to communicate the duelist here? Because I feel like it's a hard thing to nail down without actually playing it.
Mostly because, like, you can see the fluidity, sort of. You don't really know how it feels. So, I mean, honestly, one of the reasons why I was so keen to demonstrate it at Gamescom, so a bunch of people can get their hands on it. Honestly, it's just been really good. Like, a lot of people really enjoyed it. So I think I was a little bit worried, right? Because, like, I was worried, like, will people understand ready stance and so on? And we were so worried about it. We're like, okay, we need to have some like signs up that explain ready stance. We need to make sure there's a tutorial in this Gamescom build that we've got for this, just for that to make sure it works. And if all else fails, we've got Kevin who can just walk around and tell people if they're not doing it. That's the just like really, really certain that everyone understands the mechanic. But like honestly, once you feel it, once you feel the flow, it totally makes sense. And honestly, even like some of the design meetings I'll have, I'm just like sitting there, just like doing ready stance attacks. I'm like, I'll sometimes just like lose track of time, just sitting there like doing it. It's just so fun to actually do. I really enjoy that part.
So those endgame builds look very spicy. I know a fear was that like some people would feel that swords were too weak or too slow because you were showing just that early campaign side of things. But if anything, after seeing like those endgame builds, I'm wondering like almost the opposite. Is like, is there a risk here that like the endgame power level of players has just become so high that opportunities to enjoy some of that deeper gameplay is becoming like too far and like too few and far?
It is a potential concern for sure. Balance will be tricky, I suspect, to get right. All those things you saw are like the current balance, but maybe Mark, you've got some more theories about that.
Those builds when they were getting filmed, I was like, they're just too strong. They're too strong. And I think even Jonathan, you had some feedback. You're like, just make them a little bit weaker. Like you don't need to one hit literally everything. Mm-hmm. And I was like, we're already filming these in tier 25 map equivalents with like
There was a problem at one point like that.
Unassembly. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? But yeah, they're just there's some obviously though we're like putting together a class for demonstration purposes for like a convention and to put together these builds. Like obviously we still have some more work to do with respect to that balance kind of side of things, but it's definitely very, very powerful right now. Some of that dust has to calm down, but that's okay. We'll get there. These things take a lot of time to iterate on, and of course, we have till December 11th to do that. So I'm not concerned about the amount of time. In fact, we've never had a class this ready with this much time, so that's a good thing. But yeah, it means we can make even more builds, get even more ready, have the balance be ideally in the best spot. Hopefully players will agree, but we'll see. But definitely. I would say right now it is too OP for sure. Like, I've played through the campaign a whole bunch of times on it, and I'm just like, I shouldn't be this powerful. Like comparatively with everything else. Like I get that people at Gamescom might not have the same kind of, because like that's you're starting in Act 5, you're on a pre-made character. What is the gear even like? It's like not necessarily optimized and all of that. So, people there are probably going to have a different experience. But sure. What you see is very strong. Also, but again, and that is filmed in. I understand tier 25 map. What does that mean? We have obviously we can just set the levels of any area. That is a tier 25 map equivalent of filming for those in-game builds. So yes, there are some power concerns, but it's again with this much time, it should be pretty easy to deal with it. It's nothing new really.
Yeah, I mean, so this is like way earlier than you've ever been able to showcase glass. So getting that hands-on in the public, it gives you lots of time to make those
Yeah.
tweaks and see all those points that people are like, oh, people keep missing this detail as, as you're going around and being like, oh, you can do that. You'll get to kind of
Yeah.
learn where those pain points potentially are. Mark, I noticed a bejeweled implicit on Oro's sacrifice. What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, okay. I've mentioned a few cool base types. So we just to clarify, there was the two-handed sword with readied stance. No, sorry, with parry, right? And these are base types. So we've put a lot of effort into making the base types of swords real like epic. And honestly, I want to then propagate it to every other weapon type. To be honest, so we've got, just to clarify before we get to bejeweled, we've had. Parry two-handed sword. We showed a base parry duration one-handed sword. What was the other one we showed two-hander? There was the buried blades are ancestrally boosted that we showed in that video. And then Oro Sacrifice has bejeweled, which is the base type property of the Twilight longsword, I believe it's called. And it means that item comes with a dual socket instead of regular sockets. So it's not necessarily better, but it's sort of interesting, and it's trying to just create a bunch of different things with all the different base types where, that whole suite of them that will drop at end game. So currently, like a lot of weapons, you probably get like 5 base types at end game, maybe 6. Pretty much the entire sword line will have a end game counterpart with all the implicits, just because we've put a lot of cool stuff there. And you do still have your traditional, here's the one that's high attack speed, here's the one that's got some crit, here's the one that's just the bonk damage and all of that. But then all the others we've tried to make sure have really special implicits, and that includes the base type of Oro Sacrifice. So yeah, hopefully people enjoy it and think it's cool, but I definitely was pretty excited about it. And honestly, I find now the base type itself like has some build enabling properties, which I would say hasn't really happened before. So I'm excited to see having that extra axis of like, damn, what sword do I want to use? There's like 3 or 4 options here. I don't know what to do. So I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I love these bases with like weird implicits that do interesting things like that. So I hope that is something you propagate out to the rest of the game there. Love it. Let's talk about what's coming up in the nearer future for people to get their hands on with. But first, you did mention that you were hoping originally to get a big balance pass in 0.055 in the lead up to launch, but now that's the bulk of that at least is being pushed until launch. Is there some stuff that you feel like you really want to get in before then, though? Is there anything that you do want to get into 0.55 potentially?
Well, want to and realistically possible are the two things that are at clash here. I wanted to get all of it in. It just wasn't coming together in a way that wasn't just going to... Like, the things with this is you can't like half-ass it and deploy it. If you remove all of X and don't do all of Y, it's just like, okay, why did you just remove all of that? I don't understand. And we weren't just able to bring those packages of changes together, especially while we've got a whole new class in development, getting fully balanced and prepared. And that made it even twice as hard because, as Jonathan's mentioned in the past, and we've talked about, every single time we make a new class, we end up changing every system under the sun. And then we want some of those in and some of those not in. And it was just this giant ruckus of, it's like a kind of just massive writhing changes everywhere. And it was so hard.
Literally just merging the changes was a disaster. Like, just like picking the things, like the commits, like, did these ones go in, did those ones not go in? Like, we're in the middle of doing like a massive bleed revamp in order to do the duelist, and yet we also want to try to somehow like what parts of that need to go in and what parts don't. And, like, it's just like such a crazy puzzle. And we are at the point where literally, like, our producers were like, we don't know if we can make a build of this. Of like what you want, like, we've got a bunch of changes. We don't think we can even create a build that works in the timeline that we need it to be. So yeah, it was challenging even on that level. But not only that, there was the issue of just like more changes were needed, like more things needed to actually happen as well.
For example, to support echoing strikes, we had to make it. We effectively refactored our entire cloning system, which kind of touched on every single skill in the game. And it's like, okay, well, we don't want that because it's untested, has a bunch of ramifications and stuff we still need to iterate on. Yet now any change any change we have to make to every single skill now has a conflict when we're trying to merge it to the actual build, and honestly, it was just turning into an absolute disaster. And it was like, okay, this just isn't going to be ready, and we're just going to have to keep delaying it, and to the point where like, what are we even going to get here? And yeah, it just wasn't really feasible, honestly, and it was causing us, I mean, honestly, I would say that working around all of that was making everything take significantly longer. And then all of a sudden now we're getting less done because we're having to work around that, and it was just not coming together. And it is sad, and I am real gutted about it, because there's a lot of like real cool stuff there. Like we have ascendancy class reworks, we have, you know, many new uniques, reworked uniques, we have just stuff everywhere. And I was like, man, this stuff is cool. And I was even just describing it all to Jonathan and how excited I was about it. And I was like,
GTA 6 killed a few.
Wants it all in there, but it just honestly wasn't production wise feasible at all. So it's sad.
Go ahead.
It is more for 1.0 though, so that's always good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, with it being such like a eldritch horror of interconnected balance changes there, are you worried about putting it out at 1.0 then? Because that was like
no,
the thing.
Because the difference is that when we're making like an 0.55 patch, what we're doing is we're taking changes from our kind of like development version, we're merging them in. But when we're going to make a entirely new release, that's what's called a retag. We effectively like take everything that we have on our development version, and it's all going to go live. So there's not like this kind of same production hell that you get when you're trying to like make a build out of parts from.
I think he means from the testability sake, maybe.
Well, sure, I guess so. I mean, yeah, there's always that, but look, 1.0 is going to get a hell of a lot of testing. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff to do there. So our QA team will be all over that.
We got more time now to make sure it's right as well. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Since most of the balance changes are being deferred to 1.0, I won't like dive into too many of the balance related questions at this point, since it's all still obviously quite a ways away. But one of the things we did discuss was the plus levels side of things, and that is probably the one that came up the most. And I know you guys said in the past that you were reviewing some changes in 0.5 from that to see how they landed. But it does seem like plus levels are still seen as quite a bit of a problem, crowding out uniques and increasing inavailability in some cases as well with some of the stuff from the Runes of Aldor. So how are you feeling about plus level balance overall at this point now, or moving forwards towards 1.0? Is that on your radar there?
It is still on the radar, yes. I haven't actually done the changes for it yet, and I don't 100% know exactly what to do, but I mean, we've had probably 15 discussions about it now, so it's one of those it's turning into the next dexterity for sure. And we'll see we'll end up somewhere for sure. I just don't know exactly what that is right now, but it's the second on the spreadsheet. There's like a spreadsheet called
which is
marked to do something, and it's the second one. So it's
what's number one out of interest?
We're having another balance meeting today to discuss it. So what is number one? It's probably just whatever I added last. Number one is reserved for this hasn't been sorted in the list yet.
But guys, tape hey fun hear this.
I just insert at the top of the sheet when I add stuff. So and then it gets reprioritized.
But that one stays at number 2. I see. Okay. Have you guys discussed like some of the things being kicked around? I've seen like, I don't know what's a good solution and what's not, and for what reasons here. But
I think Twitch might be back.
Maybe like level 30 is the cap that you can reach for gems, or limiting the amount you can get there, or is it more of something you're looking at? Oh, well, it's maybe just about getting the numbers right. Like we just want to bring those down to certain levels. Where do you kind of feel it is?
Caps have there is a cap, but yes, caps have been discussed. I think the important thing we want to do is not kill. Well, honestly, I would say there is a few problems with like caster itemization, and I want to make sure that we don't just take away that itemization. Even very early in the game, caster itemization isn't as good as it could be. But it's really hard when you're dealing with fundamental mod pools. Like even early game runes are not as impactful, obviously, for casters, right? Where you get like flat damage ones for attackers and casters don't, and it propagates all the way through. And I get that some of the leagues have added some, breach caster items, for example, have added some in-game itemization, but there is a more fundamental problem here for sure. So I don't. I just don't want to make the itemization for casters worse. Let's make it really. That's honestly how it is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what you come up with there then.
I get that it extends further than just casters, but like that's the main thing of not wanting to ruin.
Yeah, there's almost two separate discussions there.
Everyone has a different perception of like, what is good itemization or not. I'm talking about just generally what we believe to be good itemization as opposed to
I don't necessarily see an inherent problem with plus levels. I think it's just that the power level of it and its availability is high to the point where it does crowd out other item choices. So it feels like you're, if it's not that, then it's not worth using.
That's working here.
We definitely have a thing right now where every single caster unique that gets made, it's like doesn't have plus gem levels, sucks. And
1 hour.
Even with all of the new uniques we've been making, it's like you kind of want to default to be like, this needs +4, this needs +6, this needs plus, and it's like, do we really have to put this on literally everything?
Yeah,
but
that's when you start to wonder.
In the same way that you're making when you're making a weapon, like generally you can't just be like, nah, I'm not going to put any damage mods on it. So like a martial weapon. So it just doesn't feel quite the same. And I do understand why. I've discussed that before, but anyway, we'll see what happens, but we will do something.
All right. So the Forbidden Rites event, so just to clarify for folks, this being an event is different to a regular expansion. It's a different thing entirely. It's not a league and an expansion in that same way. So what of the changes that you talked about are specific to this Forbidden Rites event versus core game changes here as well?
So this is our first time ever that we've had a league be both running and core. And we just noticed there was a lot of people still playing Runes of Aldo. We didn't want to end it. So we wanted to keep that running. So we've had to do a large number of hacks to both support something being core and not. But
it's weird.
The tablets are for the event and standard league. So because the league is in every area in Runes of Aldo, you don't get tablets to further it. What else have we changed there? I mean, you don't get remnants in every area during the event, but you can once you start using tablets. And it's honestly for those who've obviously played leagues and seen leagues go core, or people who played our previous leagues for PoE2, like Fate of the Val, and then the temple became core. Ultimately, it should feel like all the content from Runes of Aldo is now in its core state while you're playing in the event and standard leagues. And if you continue to play Runes of Aldo, you should notice no difference. That's pretty much it. We have made some changes, like obviously it's not introduced now until, so currently in the Forbidden Rites event, the content, the characters aren't introduced until Act 4 when you're doing the quest in Act 4. So you won't see any through Act 1, 2, and 3. What else is different there? I think the only other thing we may have, I'm pretty sure we changed it, is, which I don't know how people are going to respond to this one, but we've removed from the Forbidden Rites and Standard League, so it's not in the current Runes of Aldo, it didn't want to affect the economy, but Elder Saga, the mods from it are now in the core mod pool of what can generate on logbooks, as opposed to requiring that item. You'll have to determine the rarity yourself. And then we've replaced that outcome from the Remnant encounters, just so that the entirety of the end game for that isn't just Elder Sagaing, and that's it.
Awesome. Good stuff. The ritual, speaking of like the end game here for the league, for the new league, the event, the Sacred Bloom from the rituals that lets you add the Sacred Wildwood to maps. How rare are these roughly? Is that something we can be applying to every decent map, or just kind of the most juiced ones because it's like going to be rare and valuable? It's a big thing, being able to get the Wildwood.
It's about 1 in 5 maps to get one about, but it's give or take. So yeah, you're not going to run it every map, but of course it's tradable. So
yeah,
feel free to just go ahead and buy them. So yeah, I don't know. I think that was a pretty decent rate, but we may still iterate on that.
That seems like the sort of thing you could easily like afford to run fairly frequently then. With that being the case, back in when we had this before in Affliction League, it was probably the most insane juicing thing we've ever had. So both in terms of difficulty and reward, which is really cool for a number of reasons. Like obviously people like big loot explosions, but also you could make like the hardest monsters of all time outside of like, deepest of delves. Is this potentially going to be a similarly spicy theme for Path of Exile 2?
Not sure.
It's obviously pretty hard to compare the drops because it's just an entirely different drop ecosystem. Like, are you going to be having to hover and identify 100 heavy belts in every map? Probably not, but for those who, that is my strict memory of Affliction is like, I am so sick of looking at heavy belts on the ground.
Yep.
I think they actually got 2 mirrors in that league as well, which I feel like shouldn't happen, but maybe even more than
crazy. I've only ever got one in more.
Yes, I have equal memories of Affliction. Don't worry about that. But the way that the wisps scale the monsters is a bit different anyway. So instead of just rarity, PoE1 did rarity, quantity, and chance for items to be currency, I believe it was. Instead, here what we've done is blue wisps turn monsters magic, normal monsters magic, yellow wisps add mods to rare monsters, and purple wisps add rarity to everything. So purple, magenta, so if you're stacking rare monsters, obviously yellow and purple is the right combination to get. So are you going to expect the same levels of juice? Hard to say. It should definitely be a good alternate way to juice in-game maps compared to, say, something like Delirium right now. And of course, though, you can stack both of them. So, to some degree, of course, because they both get better with tablets, so they are contesting with one another. But you can just run both and stack it with everything else that is in the in-game currently. So, should be pretty out there, pretty crazy.
Right on. Rapid fire. The Trial of Chaos was the changes there look amazing. It was one of my least favorite parts of the game. So those changes, there's huge sort of improvements there. Love to see that. Is Sekima's likely to get a similar treatment in some way on the way to 1.0? It's not.
Is it like almost 12 o'clock in Germany?
Still
it is in terms of content, that existing content that needs improving. It is the next. Like as an actual in content, not like character side or balance or anything. It is the next thing on our list that is the worst thing.
The next worst.
So yes, we definitely want to, but obviously lot to do for the end of the year. So we'll have to see if we can fit it in, but we'll see how that goes. But yeah, like if not for release, then you'd look at it for 1.1 kind of territory for sure. But honestly, the changes we made to Trial of Chaos are like it's so much better. Like oh my god. And it should never have been in that state. Like I was writing and reading all the patch notes, and I was just like, we should never have had to write this. This should not have ever needed to have been a patch note. This is like horrendous. And I'm sure when we get through Trial of Sekimas, we're going to have a similar situation going on. So, it's not as bad. At least there's like a kind of strategy there to some degree, and ways to make money, and divines.
Twitch is dying.
But yeah, it needs a substantial amount of love for sure.
Awesome, good to hear it then. So a few more rapid fires on the end game. The challenge level of end game caps out pretty early currently. That's good for build diversity, honestly. But it does mean that there are some limited options for like testing your more powerful characters. Uber bosses and more challenging like end game content. That's something on the radar for maybe for 1.0 or something.
I don't want to commit to like higher tiers of boss content and difficulty to too much of a degree, especially with respect to Uber bosses, until we have the character balance in the right spot. And in theory, 1.0 should have them in the right spot. But you know how balance goes with these things, with live service products in particular. And similar to PoE1, right? It's every single league we have balance changes. So it's one of those infinite tasks. That being said, I definitely don't want to add Uber boss content until we've felt like that's in a stable spot for sure. I actually went out of my way to play a number of kind of atrocious builds this league. Just like I picked literally the worst thing, the things that were being played the least, and I played them.
It's kind of
and honestly, fighting those pinnacles with those characters was insanely difficult. And I was like, if we were to add content beyond this, it's just impossible. It's just not going to even be possible. It was actually like, and I played a good character as well, and I was just like, okay, we need to, we've got some work to do here before we go and create a bunch of content that a bunch of players will literally never be able to even achieve, even if they did everything right, because the character balance is the low end is just not in the right spot at all, and honestly, the very top end, the top 1% kind of builds is not in the right spot either. So, once we get that, I'm hoping to be able to actually start, thinking about it. Okay, but I mean, the Wildwood will go towards making things harder. So rest assured.
Yeah. Some juicing potential there. There's been a few questions about the state of tablets, focusing on tablet management, trading, rolling them, the work that kind of goes into getting the modifiers that you want.
Good question. Actual good question.
You get it compared to things like Scarabs, which have those set effects. So they've got that double whammy of like random modifiers and the limited uses. What do you like or not like about current tablet design? Is this something you're thinking about at all, or is this kind of the first time you've heard that brought up? How are you guys feeling about tablets overall there?
We've actually discussed it pretty in depth recently when talking about PoE 1 with respect to like the current state of endgame there, and talking about all of the changes we want to make around there and how it compares to PoE 2 and what parts do we like and not like. Personally, I really like the tablet, the mod rolling side of things. And what we've found is generally over time, there is at least an audience that are more aligned towards wanting determinism, and thus the mod rolling can get phased out. And I actually think that this has been a big part of the discussion where we're looking at this. I feel like by adding more determinism and removing these like random axes, the strategies end up becoming quite dull and then have to just be balanced around that determinism, and then they get neutered, and then you've just lost kind of everything because everything is all equal and everything's all balanced. And it's had that effect, like definitely it's had that effect as to where the fine line is between the kind of mod rolling and the determinism. I'd say that it's something we still have to kind of figure out, but I'm quite happy with how that is right now, where there's like some crazy stuff you can do, but it requires specific tablets with specific mods. And so, I immediately caught us. We were actually doing this for 055. I was like, all of a sudden I saw a bunch of the really spike modifiers getting kind of like people pushing to nerf this, nerf that, get this in line with the rest of the content. And I was like, let's not do that right now. I think there's one or two that like, okay, I understand the beyond reason, but I was like, let's pull back some of that because I want to actually reevaluate how much power you should be able to get out of these random modifiers as opposed to things that are just baseline always on. There's still some evaluation to do there, but personally, I'm quite happy with it. I love that you get some tablets that are out of control and cause you to have, my recent demonstration, an army of sentinels or sentries following you around, adding runes to everything. We have some crazy stuff with the Expedition. I mean, the Expedition tablet mod is actually a lot larger and has a lot more spike stuff at the top, so I'm actually quite curious to see how people feel about that in the Forbidden Rites, to see how that plays as well. We've tried to make sure that mod pool is larger than the other tablet mod pools to see if that is a something people resonate well with or not well with as well. So you can. Anyway, my point being, like, we're still discussing it, and we're still kind of testing some stuff with the tablets, and Forbidden Rites will reveal some of that. But ultimately, personally, I'm pretty happy with where it sits overall.
Awesome. It's good to hear it's in discussion. And one thing I saw that was like maybe an easy win was to get bookmarks in for the in-game trade, because I think people use that for convenience when trying to trade this stuff, and being able to set those up and bookmark those would be pretty sweet.
Pretty sure that is a thing.
Oh.
So we have favorite trades and recent trades as two things that are internally, as of yesterday, implemented on PoE2.
Oh hell yeah! Awesome.
I think it was on gamepad and or console, and now it's on keyboard mouse as of yesterday internally, and that we should be able to get that into 055.
Excellent, easy win. Good to hear. Well, I will let you folks go, and we've got a race to prepare for. To swap over to here in just a moment. Looking forward to casting out. It's the grand final of the qualifiers.
Yeah.
It's going to be a spicy one for sure. So, thanks very much for joining me, Mark and Jonathan, for the Q&A here once again, and best of luck with the rest of the
Thank you very much for hosting. It's always a pleasure to have you to ask the questions. And hopefully, you guys enjoy the Duelist when you finally get to play it on December the 11th when the game comes out.
Look forward to seeing what you have in store for us at ExileCon as well. We'll see you then,
absolutely.
maybe.
Well, there's certainly a lot more stuff to announce. Yeah, thanks, everyone.
Cheers.
See you later.
Interesting Q&A. Switch back yet? Muted? No, I'm muted. There wasn't much to discuss in the Q&A. It was like 30 minutes of parry or some shit. And also, Twitch has been dying the whole time. Cast in a race? I mean, I could, I guess. You guys want to watch the race? Hanging Horse Redemption? Yeah, sure. No Arcane Archer, guys. No Arcane Archer. Unfortunate. Final PoE2 race for ExileCon. Is that new season? I can get a post. I've had the post up. It's not a season per se. It's an event league. They have it up here. Yeah, here. I'm in command. The patch notes, there's no balance changes. Could be the patch notes. Back to the prime. Thoughts? I mean, it's not much thoughts. There's no balance changes. It's just 0.55. We're getting like 2 new endgame things, like the Abyss stuff. We're getting the Wobbled Whips, and we're getting the Ultimatum like rework. That's really it, right? So that's like the kind of only thing in the patch. It's not like much to like do about it.
For Path of Exile 2, ExileCon Racing. Rise, welcome back, mate. We got a big race in store for us here today. This is a spicy one, mate. How you doing?
Ziggy, you gotta get speed running. The race is about to start. We've had some technical issues. Ziggy has really pushed Jonathan to the brink. Like, we're gonna push our racers.
I'm trying to min-max Q&A time and race time. We're gonna get into the race now. Q&A is over. It's time for some racing. We have had 3 qualifiers thus far. Production, you can go take us over the line right away if you want, because we can just look who's on the starting line and who's ready to try and take this final qualifier spot. We've had 3 racers take their qualifier spots so far and secure their Ultra VIP tickets to ExileCon and the main stage for the grand final race at ExileCon itself. And it is a big one, but we're going to swap over as soon as we find out who is ready and what their player names are. But so far, we...
you guys have to look at us for a second. The timer is a little bit off. Twitch has been having issues. Jonathan was falling asleep. Listen, we're trying our best over here with the tools that we have. And we'll be able to get you guys the race in just a second. But for now, you have to look at my
In race 1, we had Jilawu take the top spot, that first qualifier spot, after being a fantastic Infernalist racer, swapping over to the Huntress and just giving us a fantastic week 1 performance. Then the next week, we had Guy That Dies swapping from Mercenary to Huntress as well, and doing an amazing job in week 2 there as well. And then we had an insane performance from LHD last week, securing a sub 2-hour win with an early quit from the second place player as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say he wasn't the only person who had an amazing performance.
Did we start already?
There was going to be another one. Yeah, there could have been 2
give you guys
amazing
a rundown.
performances. Who is on stream?
Where's Farmer? Where's Farmer?
Who is kicking us off, Rise? Take us
He's
away,
streaming?
mate.
He's not streaming.
Well, the person that we were talking about was Whole New Society. Who
Where are you at? Last race. I messaged Farmer.
Left, so definitely a mercenary to watch out for. One of the last few.
We don't even have Ang 11 on here.
The class by Crimson Cass, who is in the top right on the mercenary as well. Actually, that being said, Woodish is also still sticking with the mercenary. Very interesting stuff. I do know that Angormus, I believe, finally has made the switch. He was going back and forth. And
Farhar's a
eventually
migraine
he's making that
instead.
switch.
Unfortunate.
And Gormus obviously a big name for us to watch, and we'll be no doubt seeing them a little bit later in the race. But Angormus, previously the winner of almost every other Path of Exile 2 race ever.
Yes.
Originally a warrior player, swapping over to mercenary just recently, but then swapping over to huntress now in the final week. A move of pure desperation, perhaps.
It's TFT. The gold
Oh
shot
no,
online.
Ziggy. No.
Oh,
I mean,
warm up game
okay.
today.
Wait,
Listen
in
with the
background.
Shackle coach as well in the bottom right.
Gang's full on
Success
twisters.
Last week he had an amazing race.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, did end up dying, and the tilt overcame him, and was never really quite able to recover. People had some really insane times. But yeah, when it comes to Angormus, he's happy, man. He's really proud of the times that he's been having. He's PBing almost every day. He's really destroying his previous runs. He's not just been happy with the RNG that he has had, because, well, Huntress does require slightly less of the RNG, but also just he's improving. Even if he's not having good RNG, he is improving as he is dropping low, fighting one of the first bosses that we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, we've had very well practiced mercenary from Angormus, and I will say Angormus's practices on Huntress have been even better, but still, it is the one that he doesn't have as much experience.
Drop should still be here as far as I'm aware, but Twitch is kind of like borked right now.
Little upsets to happen. It's going to be even more likely for him this week. But this is him pulling out all the stops. And I did actually ask him about his prep here, and this is what he had to say. He said, well, Tie 23 qualified in the last one in 2023, if I remember correctly. So I feel pretty confident about my Huntress, and we'll see how it goes. So,
yeah,
you gotta love that. It's true. It's a good point. Good point.
Yeah, I've complained about this before, right? That players were kind of slow to make that switch over to a seemingly superior class. So the fact that people are adjusting looks really good, but not everybody is convinced that Huntress is better. Again, Whole New Society, Woodish, they're sticking with it. And to give you guys a quick rundown of the rules, if you are new to these races, this will be the last qualifier for ExileCon PoE2. And it is a fixie race, so everybody's got the same layout, everybody's got the same shrines, they have the same boxes and the type of box, and I believe the tier of the role as well, not necessarily the roles themselves. So we're trying to make it as even as possible, but obviously the rare monsters there and everything is still mostly randomized, which, yeah, we might be seeing some differences in players' performances depending on what kind of beast they're going to be getting in Act 3 and all that, but we'll get into it when we get there as our players are progressing over and already past the Witch.
Well, the drops end. As far as I'm aware, they should still be going on for the race, no? It could just be Twitch being bored. A
dangerous position here, as he did get very surrounded by just a huge amount of werewolves, but it's also a phenomenal train of XP for him to.
Yeah, it still just be going on. I think it's just Switch fucking up.
Navigate things pretty well with some well-placed dodge roll angles.
Yeah, watch the final ExileCon qualify afterwards and earn the Curse All Play mystery box. It should still be going on. It's Twitch.
Nicely handled there by Whole New Society. It is cool to still see so many mercenaries starting this race, because when I saw Angormus swapping to Huntress, I was like, that's it. Everyone's going to swap to Huntress. But I know that Crimson said he thinks Huntress is a little better, but he's better on mercenary. And for others, it might be the same. Honestly, I think it's still so close enough that absolutely, I think, it could have been a mercenary qualifying in previous weeks, and I think it still could be today. And certainly after last week's run, Whole New Society is a top contender for that, if they can keep that positive mental attitude and not have any early tap incidents or anything like that. But we saw Mercenary last week refine their strategy in Act 1 and 2 to compete with the Huntresses. Previously, they were pushing to level 31 for the final run through the event, whereas now they're pushing through at level 27, that early level, the same that the Huntresses are doing. A big shift in their strategy there, making things a little bit more tenuous, but much faster. And we should see even more refinements this week. And if anyone had any secret strategies in their back pocket, any little extra bits and pieces that they were holding out for ExileCon, they're going to pull it out this week to get that qualifier slot, because it's all on the line this week.
Yes, and we also have an update for you guys. We are restarting the campaign for the Twitch drops. Unfortunately, there has been an issue, but you guys should be able to get it within 24 hours of beginning to watch now. So whenever you are watching Twitch on any of the Path of Exile channels, you should be able to get your drops eventually.
Excellent.
Good eventually.
Stuff. Yeah. You can blame Grand Theft Auto for that one. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. And also, just to highlight another rule that we typically would have covered before the race, but again, we are running into some issues. Hopefully things are going to be better now. The players don't just have to necessarily be number one in this qualifier, but also if one of the players who do qualify aren't able to participate at ExoCon, the second, so to say, best time from any of the races would be the one to qualify. Currently, that is Angormis, with 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 17 seconds.
That'll get beaten today. 100%
that
gets beaten today.
Yeah. If Whole New Society stuck around last week, he most likely would have beaten it. So I'm sure he's looking to redeem himself this time around for sure.
So 99% chance that the second place player today is the runner-up that will, have a potential chance of, taking that slot. Yeah, if anyone can't attend or go to ExileCon for any reason. So super important not only to try and secure that win there, but at least to try and secure that second place slot if you can. So
you get another one now? I'm not sure
that is an important one to keep an eye out for there.
The Twitches are kind of worked.
Moving into the Red Veil here, I have heard word that some changes for the Huntress in how they tackle this, doing the weapon piles in a slightly different order to try and pick the best spot to actually engage the Rust King to spawn them in a different location, potentially, if it's got a better layout.
So our boy Ang11
that one's a good one.
Come.
Let's actually leave that for last, because you can get around between those checkpoints really quickly, right? So that happened just with Angormis there. He'd already discovered that point, but he's like, okay, that's obviously a really good spot to fight the Rust King right here. So he's going to obviously draw the Rust King.
I think Twitch is fine now. I think it's finally fixed.
For the Twisters.
Chuckle Coach going with the same strategy. So so cool to see that. It's
a
already been so popularized to make these little adjustments that honestly, through the course of the entire race, makes a huge difference. And you guys can see that with that 0.66 cooldown, the rearming of the Twisters, the players are able to deliver some devastating damage. It's not super crazy in Act 1. Twisters really ramp up when you get to
27
Act 2
above.
and forward. But even for Act 1, you have to use everything that you have access to. Angormis having already beaten his boss, doing a little bit of vendoring, and now with Chuckle Coach shortly behind. And Woodish, player who many are looking to potentially qualify, a Last Epoch legend, already in the Grim Tangle. An incredibly nasty zone for a place with many rips in this one. People are dying less and less every week, but still every now and then these zones that you take for granted, that you practiced 1,000 times, can be so difficult.
Drops we started.
Yeah,
2 drops.
Which is definitely someone to keep an eye on. Previously unknown Path of Exile 2 racer, like you said, had done some excellent runs in Last Epoch, another action RPG, but now coming out of nowhere to drop some insanely competitive runs in these qualifiers. So obviously making a play for the final qualifier slot today. And they've had a few weeks there where they definitely could have taken a win if things had not gone awry for them.
Yeah, Woodish is super interesting because you can see that he is a speedrunner. He knows what to do as somebody who wants to get the fastest time. He's just not quite had enough time with PoE2 to be able to not die. So we've had some shaky runs, but when he looks good, he looks really good.
We also have Relicario on the Druid in the background as well, who we've seen a little bit of in some of the other races. And the only person we've really seen be competitive on the Druid, and here, we've got them up in the top left now on stream, Relicario has consistently had a really good start on the Druid. And that first time we saw them, he was absolutely smashing it, but just had no defensive gear and ended up dying as a result. But then much better runs since then. And honestly, making the Druid look competitive, which is surprising because it's definitely not the favored class to win. But still, there's that long shot hope there for people that like to see a little bit of diversity in the classes on stage. So I love to see it. I think the Druid gameplay is super interesting as well. So it's really cool to see that on the stream. We get to see the spells, the volcano, and the shapeshifting as well.
Because Relicario actually had to take the time to fight the Rotten Druid, which a lot of the Huntresses and the Mercenaries skip. Yeah, it is optional. It does kind of depend on your drops. You are taking a risk if you potentially don't end up getting support gems later on. But it seems mandatory for the Druid because, Relicario already found the exit and had to go back to the checkpoint and find the Druid. It is pretty good.
I guess Exile Race is the same then.
The Volcano, you do have to channel it for quite a bit of time, and the boss moves around, which makes it a little bit tricky. But Relicario, once again, showcasing that Druid can be competitive in the right hands.
It works though, and that damage can be very good. Actually, some of the best single target damage on the right bosses there. Outside of the later twisters where they get obscene. We had Wudish get a Lazuli ring, Iron Ring though for Angormus, a little bit better.
Iron Ring for Ang 11?
Some attributes, which doesn't hurt. The Huntress in particular needs a bit of everything. They need intelligence for some of those like spirit skills, I believe, and they need a bit of strength and dexterity as well for defensive gear. All that stuff is important for them, but 2 attributes is not that much. So maybe something. Oh, I didn't see what went on the ring there. I don't know if it was damage. You want to try and get those damage rolls on those rings if possible. The rings and the gloves are a great source of damage, and they help insulate you against getting not very good weapon
just watching for the time.
Damage on those items.
This doesn't erase first.
But you can't find a great weapon, then you're still going okay. So an important thing to do for
interesting.
sure.
Lazuli for Relicario, he doesn't even pick it up, then he runs back for it. I'm not sure.
Oh, maybe just a little bit of sweaty palms there. Maybe the pressure of the pressure.
Yeah, it's interesting too because
a little bit there
with the caster setup, I'm not quite sure how much he benefits from that. So I wonder if he could have maybe moved on a little bit earlier. But XP is also a giant factor. We will be tracking how our players are progressing, but with our players killing Tavakai, as this is a Tavakai race, I guess we forgot to kind of mention.
Darth microtransaction.
We forgot. By the way, this race is.
He's not watching the final race.
In case you didn't know.
Yes.
Yeah, what's the objective of this race? Get through and kill Tavakai. Yeah.
The first drop's over. I don't have it a Twitch. The whole Twitch got fucked for an hour. Drops got fucked. But this drop's going on right now. They'll be here for the next until this race is over, I guess.
Double gem drop.
Yeah.
So that's a random gem plus the guaranteed.
Which got kind of bored.
Even more than you needed, which that can be a big deal because that saves. In the end, maybe didn't need to do the Rotten Druid because.
Or maybe he can skip something later.
Yeah,
I think it still can be good.
Thing, right? It's like that.
We have Park Runs event, yes.
There have been so many different iterations of these caster setups for our players, and most of the time they perform incredibly well in Act 1 and then end up falling off due to some unfortunate deaths later on. But I mean, it was the same case for Huntress for a very long time, where players thought that it wasn't a class that was viable because people would die so much. There is a 2.5-minute death timer, and depending on the sort of boss that you're doing, that might really extend because the boss
Havoc is racing.
End up resetting if you die. So
where's he at?
It is pretty brutal if you do end up dying, but that's not something that's going to be happening for Wudish, hopefully, as he's already killed his Asinia. Wow, nice quick burst there towards the end.
Yeah, you'll notice the mercenary there taking advantage in this early game stage of generating rage in bear form with those swipes to get that big bonus, more attack damage, and then using those in between those grenade cooldowns. Later on, you don't really have room for that. You've got other things you want to do. But a nice little early game tactic to
where's the ladder for
damage on these early bosses. Getting, I believe, that first kill there on Asinia. Now with Relicario just starting out, we should see some good damage on Relicario. Asinia is a bit more stationary and it's a fair bit of that volcano damage. So you can see that damage on the volcano is really good and just super consistent. Yeah, look at that damage there.
Yeah.
That health
the
bar
Druid's OP. They got nerfed Druid.
And then for comparison, we have Angormus on the Twister, which this is a pretty decent spot for Twister, but it actually has to bounce off that wall and then come back and bounce and hit her again. She's too close to that wall in the to the hole to bounce off of that. But nonetheless, Angormus still getting a reasonably fast kill there. Although she is repositioning. He gets that freeze and chill there. That's a big one, and finishes her off with that. So nice kill. Shackle Coach just slightly behind. Similar sort of positioning there. And gets his kill smoothly there at the end too. Very nice. Seniors, pretty much everyone there.
A unique item for Angormus and for Shackle Coach. For Angormus, it was a bow. For Shackle Coach, it was a belt. Some more potential there for Shackle, especially this early on where our players don't really have anything. You can see for Relicario, he's kind of messing around with the chest piece. He's trying to avoid the movement speed penalty of having the chest piece equipped, but that's also, kind of a risky strategy early on as you are just super duper vulnerable, and it's very easy.
I run into MTX.
Always trying to min-max
usually MTX is low performance
defenses, and you can also spot that our players are doing a lot of the league mechanic. It's a
like
very
FPS.
important component of speedrunning in the current meta of PoE2, as it grants a lot of XP, some guaranteed rewards in very specific zones that our players are going to have to go
I've never
for.
seen these guys before.
And
Who the fuck
also
are these
the
guys?
random runes and currencies are very beneficial long
You don't know
term. Man, I
Ang
gotta
and
say,
Wormus?
an impressive amount of optimization.
Woodish is some
coming up
last
from
Epoch player.
Relicario in these early
Last
stages.
Epoch
But yeah, you
racer.
can see that
These
honestly,
guys
the
aren't known that
defenses are
well.
just
Kahlo and
such a big
Chuckle.
deal for these casters.
Ang and Wormus is
And yeah,
well known in
Relicario
speedrun
taking
community.
full
He's won a lot of
advantage
races on
every tool that
Warrior.
he has
But
available
now Warrior's out of the
for
meta,
himself
so
right now reaches his boss and Woodish halfway through his Draven, I believe being the first one to get there.
there's Tai Havoc and Ventura.
Pretty good kill
Tai
so
doesn't
far
race in
on Draven there. It
PoE2.
was actually Angormus
Ventura does not race.
the Widow Hail, which is an
Havoc is
interesting
racing.
one. He probably vendors it, but I have actually heard that if you get a Widow Hail, there is an obscenely fast strategy that can be pivoted to. But with Angormus only having done a week of Huntress practice, I don't know if Angormus has practiced for that edge case scenario. I can't imagine he would have, right? But apparently there is something that some racers have mentioned, like, oh, this is what was said to me one time, was like, oh, you just wait and see if someone gets a Widow Hail drop. I'm like, oh man.
Widow Hail drop.
Yeah, I've heard about it, but we just haven't seen it.
Yeah, we've never seen it before, so I've never seen someone be
Whereas
positioned to get
Rude 2,
that
he's
and then
racing.
take advantage of it. But I just can't imagine that Angormus has practiced for that.
Yeah, this is the final XLCon qualifier race.
You know,
3
if this
people
was the
qualified is the
first
fourth
or
one.
second, maybe even third.
Yeah.
I
Only
can
first
see it.
place
But
matters.
like,
You'd
if
gamble
you
it.
think that you're good enough to qualify for ExoCon, do you need to take a
Angormus.
risk? Do you need to?
Yeah, and he
optimize
definitely
for
is good
something
enough
like
to
that?
qualify just off of a regular run here. Relicario with an insanely fast kill on Lachlan there. That Volcano is just so good on these early bosses, especially those bigger and more stationary ones. You can see Angormus pulling Lachlan into this little narrow area.
Yeah, doing
Obviously
insane
gives
boss
you a little
damage.
bit less room to reposition, but they're actually pulling them into this exit section here where you get really good twister bounces. Lachlan gets frozen there in the doorway, so he's not able to pull him any further, but it's not as good necessarily, but it still does the job, and you get those nice twister bounces, big damage, and you're right there at that doorway as well, on top of that. Picking up a little bit of extra loot there.
Our players making it
Redrops
look
that.
easy. It is very easy for Lachlan to slam you in this position whenever he isn't frozen, and we've seen some players die while trying to rush this boss in previous races. But everybody is going to make it through successfully. Relicario, Woodish progressing nicely through their zone, looking to kill Crowbell and get those additional skill points. Gonna make a quick pit stop for another, I believe, support gem from the side event. Yes, for Woodish.
And Gorba's managed to get himself some gloves with +1 to all melee skills and a little tiny bit of cold damage. No damage on the ring. The spear,
Not
pretty
bad.
lackluster, but looking to be upgraded soon. And did get some move speed boots. So honestly, a pretty good start here for Angormus on the Huntress. So pretty what you're looking for there. I know he had some good, he said he had like a 28-minute Act 1 with no movement speed. So hopefully on pace to even
8
beat
minute
that
Act
here
1.
since he did get that early movement speed drop. Just a little bit
That's a big
faster.
deal. Yeah, again, we've seen this from PoE1 racing, especially as PoE2 racing is still kind of in its infancy. People have been doing it for quite a while, but it just takes so long to develop these strategies. The metas are always changing. But yeah, for PoE1, that was a big deal that people weren't just performing well whenever they had good RNG runs. They were performing well whenever they had the bad runs. Ty23 called this the garbage can strategy. And you know what? It proved to be super successful for him. So maybe some of our players are going to be adjusting to that in PoE2 as well. And yeah, Angormus being super happy with even some of his like slower runs, but more consistent, definitely showcases that it's a pretty good approach, that you don't need to take these big risks to come out triumphantly here. And he's in a good spot right now, for sure.
Woodish has a pretty
Our
decent
job's
set of
not
gear at the
working. Twitch is
start
kind of
going
borked. They
here.
should be
A little
working.
bit of extra
Refresh if
damage on
not.
the gloves, nothing really to write home about on the jewelry, but did manage to pick up some movement speed. But thankfully has managed to secure a decent sturdy crossbow. So at level 23, level 23, at level 10, they can swap. You can swap straight over to that and get a nice big damage boost. So that's sitting there waiting in his inventory for him. So already set up for that one.
Nice.
Exactly what you want.
For sure. Shackle Coach taking his time, or rather Crowbell taking his time with a little bit of RP. Most of our players already made it past him. And Relicario, again, looking so good on the Druid. Potentially the first person to enter.
Hugging bows? Yeah, I don't know.
Showcasing you guys different
No balance sheet is really lame,
where
man.
our players are going to be reaching different time the times that they're going to be
bows again. Like, it's so boring though.
Point. But yeah, in Act 1, things are a little bit tricky. There is so much micromanagement. They have to commit to how much XP you have and where you're getting. You have to hit these XP breakpoints to be able to progress nicely. We've seen players get out of Act 1 sooner and sooner. It used to be level 14 for Mercenary. Now it's much earlier. And in general, people are getting less levels, and they're just trying to get to Tavakai more quickly than it was before.
Like Grim Pillar Totems.
Pickup is going to be quite troublesome for Woodish.
Is Grim Pillar on Druid? You could play that in Temporalis.
And throwing it back to Tide 23. I remember when he mentioned that picking up a transmute, he fumbled it for like one click, and that was a very difficult moment for him. So hopefully that's not the case for Woodish, and he's not going to get tilted by that.
It seems like a tiny thing, but yeah, just having that, like, kind of my hands are a little bit cold and fingers don't seem to quite be cooperating. I can't quite click the thing that I'm trying to pick up, and you get knocked over by a monster a little bit. It's like, if
you're a perfectionist, potentially, it's really going to throw you off. You're going to think,
I don't know. Dude, no balance sheet is so lame.
Questions and doubts really.
They could at least just buff some bad skills. Like, surely that wouldn't have been that hard. Just buff the bad skills.
I'm not quite sure if he replaced his old ones.
Yeah.
He did hover for a second, so there was some thought there, but yeah, he will be progressing.
I wasn't quite sure, but ultimately stuck with that +1 levels. Obviously, a very good thing to have on your gloves. Plus, they have a nice bit of resistant life too. So, nice all-rounder gloves, even if lacking a bit of fight damage. But yeah, we've seen races times get consistently faster and faster each week, as is always the case. Before, they were struggling to kind of get down below that 2:05 mark. And then, you know, we had LHD finish last week with 1 hour and 56 minutes and 17 seconds. So obviously very fast.
Yeah.
And players, the competitive players, are consistently getting sub 2 hours now. So Act 5 Tavakai in 2 hours. That's pretty fast.
It's important to highlight that, because when Ziggy says 2:05, yeah, he doesn't mean 2 days and 5 hours. He means 2 hours. Okay, just so we're clear. This is not a journalist playthrough, not the caster time. It's the player's time. And yeah, they are going to be severely under-leveled, which makes up for a lot of that time for sure.
We're having a bit of an early game shuffle here now.
Yeah, 1 point is going to be huge. I was hoping for some balance of 0.55.
Are pacing out in this Act 1, and we'll be able to start looking at what people's times are looking like. But that top 4 slots, they shuffle quite a bit here in this early Act 1, that is for sure. And then Gormus is currently dropping it down to 6th place on those times. So he is running a little slower than some others there. Relicario might be the first one based on just what we can see on stream, but I don't know if there's anyone faster currently yet. We'll certainly shuffle the streams around, our viewpoints around, to see who is currently in the lead as we go.
3.30 for 1.0, that's expectation. But
23 back on the stream once again. 23 was a racer who came out of nowhere and had some insanely good runs earlier, but we also just didn't see them
23
much last week, I don't think, right?
That's my boy, dude.
So good to see them again here.
Kyom, oh, that's my boy too.
23 had some very, very fast Huntress runs, but fell apart a little bit towards the end of some of the races.
I think we weren't able to showcase him as much. He did end up getting the second best time with 2 hours, 4 minutes.
Is this Ty? I don't know who Ty
So 23
is.
Definitely another Chinese player that might be able to qualify.
I think he's a Chinese player, yeah.
So stacked. There's so many people who have had demigods and previous incredible placements. So it is kind of difficult to keep track with just 4 screens, but you guys can always look to the right whenever we do have this view and get an idea. Currently, 23 will be the first person to kill the Executioner, and then Kyom is actually going to be rank 2 for now. Again, keep in mind that maybe somebody sacrificed some XP, so nothing is set in stone at all here. But with how close things were, especially last week in Act 1 and 2, I think this is going to shuffle quite a lot as we currently catch Relicario.
Yeah, 0.5 is next week. Did it say Friday or Thursday?
Executor.
There we go.
I actually don't know if it was Friday or Thursday. It's launching.
Damage from Relicario. Also taking advantage of that Essence Drain contagion action there to spread that damage around to all the packs. A nice spellcaster strategy that we've seen. We've even seen Mercenaries use it in previous races. With Relicario taking full advantage of all these different archetypes and bringing them together in the Druid play. The Druid play is just so cool. I really like.
Am I playing? I'll play. I don't know how long I'll play for.
Yeah, we've got like you said, this is a very stark race.
Kind of same patch, right? Maybe like a week or something.
Plus names where if you said they took the final qualifier, I would none of those people I would, necessarily be surprised. I do not know how to call how this race is going to go right until the end.
Yeah,
and even then, you never know.
If you guys take a look at Chuckle Coach's cam, it is because we're using the spectator tool. You might notice that sometimes it seems like he's a little bit AFK or something like that. No, he's just interacting with the UI, and that's not something that we're going to be able to show to you guys. So he's not lagging. He's not having any problems. It is just the limitation.
You're gonna play a lot longer. I doubt
that
it.
we have available.
Yeah,
it's gonna be the same build repeat
very quickly.
Yes, thankfully the game does pause when you're on the passive screen, so you don't get slammed by the executioner. And the races definitely take advantage of those pauses.
It depends on how many people play it.
Whirlwind bounce.
Oh, 23!
Died.
Oh, goes down. Oh,
he died. What a
noob. That in just a moment. That is a surprise there. I mean, I don't think we've seen that.
I mean, it's not a surprising boss to die to. It can be very tricky if you do commit to a little bit too much face tanking.
There's the threat there.
But with enough, the reason why you do this boss is for the
23
extra
slash
HP.
deaths.
You want to be safe later on,
so you don't die.
And he dies to it. I mean, again, it is easy to die to this boss, but people have practiced
for sure.
so
It is
much.
Dangerous.
He must have just pushed his boundaries a little bit too hard.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what exactly went wrong there. If it was just a straight up misplay or something weird happened, because we have seen some weird stuff. Like last week, we saw someone died to Doriani's hand flamethrower. I didn't even know that did damage.
You rage quit? No, you can't. So
someone one shot.
When you die in the race, you can't move for 2 minutes 30 seconds. So he has to stand there and wait.
Replay.
The dying's really, really bad.
Meanwhile, Kiom, who has been running very fast,
you lose a lot of time if you die.
The top slot. Kiom used to be a ranger player more so, but the transition over to Huntress seems to have gone quite well for them. So it's good to see them in the running here once again. But we can probably queue up that replay now, production, if you've got it ready, and see what exactly went wrong.
Wait. Kiom is doing Candlemas, so we can get an idea.
Let's see how it goes for Kiom first.
Yeah, so you get an idea of how the fight should look like, hopefully, not caster cursing whatsoever.
Yes.
So
the parry on
do
the
have those
default
big
attack
chills
there. Obviously, that gives you that opportunity to either consume that parry or, in this case, more so, boost that damage for that 50% more damage taken. And
nice, easy boss.
There. Just, this is how you want things to go on Candlemas, obviously.
Clean.
Nice, clean kill for Kiom. Fully taking advantage of everything there and barely even moving and doing it comfortably. All right, let's have a look then. We've got Woodish taking it on, Mercenary able to take advantage of those grenades there as
Instant
well.
replay to death. Let's see this. What happened?
Unfortunate upset early on in the race here. And there's a painful sting of irony to this because it's the boss you kill for that safety buffer of health, that little bit of extra health so you don't die to Tavakai. We're on the way to Tavakai, but...
Oh, he's got a clean one shot.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Just
I wonder if that was a crit.
There. 200 life, no fire res, and that hurts right there. Yeah, just
Candlemas is easy to dodge, but if he hits you, he hits
I think
you.
that usually is not a one shot. That's a crit.
Learns a painful lesson in this last qualifier. Still can recover, for sure.
Yeah,
it's possible.
We don't know how the race is going to pan out yet. There's been plenty of races where everyone has died, so we'll see.
Is it hardcore? No, but if you die, you lose 2 minutes 30 seconds.
That mindset under control, but
it's a pretty big
that's going to help your mental attitude for sure. That was not going to help your mental attitude having that death there.
Maybe it will. Maybe he's going to get really angry. We've seen some real despair, but he's going to lock in, get real pissed off at himself, and that's going to give him the power.
The rage power. Yeah, the rage lock in. Maybe. Yeah. Hopefully. I'd love to see it. I appreciate a comeback king. Someone being a bit of an underdog is always a winner in my books. All right. Relicario realizing is not the right direction.
Oh, interesting.
There.
Look at that positioning from Shuckle Coach. Oh, he pulls in between the little...
That worked well. That was really...
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah. Like the corner angle there, basically maximizing the chance you're going to get a bounce back in the position.
Kiom, the first one on.
The synchronized boss entry for Kiom and Relicario.
Ooh, Act 1 boss.
We're going to be seeing some of our first Geonors.
And if it's anything like some of the previous races we've seen for Relicario, we're going to see some impressive volcano damage as long as Geonor doesn't move too much.
Woodish is right there too. So yeah, everybody's praying right now and trying to optimize their strategy to avoid that pesky poetry phase. But first, they got to deal with phase 1.
Among Us? I'm not sure where he's
Let's
at.
see who can come out ahead with
Huntress has a
Relicario.
He should be close here, though.
The target is a bit
Aang has good
smaller.
at 50%.
It's hard to get that volcano under them.
Wait, is Aang ahead then?
Yeah, it's very tricky.
Aang 11?
A decent spot here at least to keep him somewhat static. And then obviously,
they gotta show Aang, man. Production quality, step up.
Arena, if you don't know, if you keep Gino in the center of the arena in phase 2, he won't actually go into a poetry phase. It's not easy to do, but
there he is. There he is.
Relicario going a little low there. You've got this little.
Yeah, I think Aang might be in first.
Try a few extra abilities. That's what we want to be. Relicario. He's all right. He's out of range. He's okay.
And that's an attack that some of you guys might have noticed in the announcement for swords and
that
we recently watched. Pretty cool stuff.
We'll be able to use that in the future.
Good spot too. Oh, Aang's having a good kill, I think. If he gets some story time.
First there. And Gormus.
Will he get story time?
Wait, hold up. And Gormus having an excellent Gino kill here. We just substituted Gormus in here to see that he's almost caught back up. And he's almost done.
He can do it.
No story time.
And
really good kill.
And that's a really good kill for Angormus there. Wow, what a good Huntress first going. That was amazing.
Yeah, Relicario falling a little bit behind, so still his damage is not quite there. No. With the poetry phase right before the end too.
Yeah, Gino just went over to the side of the arena and then immediately into a poetry phase. So it's like the moment he gets out of position, it's just like poetry phase.
You hate to see
Bam. It. Yeah,
because it also you can.
He's the only one.
You can keep doing damage as it's happening, so you're always like, please, trying to get it.
Yeah, you skip all the drops and
when you
counter.
don't get it, it's the worst.
The RP for the last ball takes way too long, so every racer just skips the drops. It's not worth the time staying there. It takes like 30 seconds.
The ring around the rosy kind of with the wolf form there, just doing the rolls around, because I'm always like, those ads are a pain to manage in that as a regular player. I'm going to do that from now on. That just running in wolf form around the ring. It works well.
Yeah, that was effective for sure. But Relicario has already made
RP stand for roleplay.
Leonor as well, and now on to the Hyena boss with some quick layout reads from our players. And let's see what they can get.
Fell behind a little bit in mid-act 1 there. It was possible that he was just taking a little bit of XP or had a slightly slower portion there.
Yeah.
But it all changed at the boss there, as he is confirmed first into Act 2 there. So a little bit of a lead on Angormus here, and he is indeed the first to get to Wrathbreaker. So no loss of time here in this in clearing this zone. He has a perfect
reveal
through it and over to Wrathbreaker. Racers did have to relearn this zone a little bit, as I think the layout changed a little bit.
It was okay.
Patch, but it seems like they're not.
The only thing I'm disappointed is no balance changes. I like everything else though.
Although maybe Keom.
It'll probably be fun for like a week.
Heading over to
I don't know, more than a week though.
Looks of it. And Gormus's Wrathbreaker kill going well so far. Landed the freeze comfortably earlier and keeping Wrathbreaker positioned at the apex there. But it's too close to the wall to get the twister bounces. So this is just kind of like
he's the last epoch racer to kill.
Steady, no bonus damage to speak of here. It's safer, but if you do get him further away, you can get that bonus damage. But then you start to contend with the guys up on the hill throwing spears down at you, and that obviously makes the fight a lot more dangerous. We're just getting some nice big grenade hits there. Big shock grenade crit or something doing some big damage, and Wrathbreaker goes down and he starts clearing up some walls to take that loot and get out of there. Nothing too important.
That's when the balance changes? No, they released it on live stream. There's no balance changes.
Yeah, I'm also going for the safe approach at the apex here. Obviously, so if you stand right at the apex as Keom was doing there, you'll see that the hyenas down the bottom, they don't actually come around to you.
Yeah, I don't even know what I want to play. I don't want to play the same build again. I'm also not playing Monkey.
Way of doing it, and you're not having spears thrown at you either. So Keom gets a pretty fast kill there, despite not really taking any bounce damage. Maybe just a good weapon for Keom from looks of it.
A lot of players play pretty safe on this boss, as it is right before.
Yeah, freezing charm is actually relevant. That charm is actually relevant for the last boss in Act 4. It's actually a relevant charm.
But the level 16 weapon.
The charm's actually a really good drop.
Also for the mercenaries, so a huge power spike potentially if RNG is with you.
Why not swords? Swords are not in the next patch. Swords is 1.0.
All the gems, and I love like fast, confident menuing on races, and Keom's
Why do they uncook the armor? Armor gives you a hidden penalty for moving speed, so you're slower with armor on.
Days where they would like hover their mouse cursor on the load screens in the correct position to like click the vendor as soon as it happened, as soon as they loaded in. It's like, yeah, I love that sort of stuff.
Boy, Relicario struggling a little bit with that smaller life flask. Relicario regenerating slowly. Will be full HP now, but the panic clicks result in no charges left.
This was a kind of clunky.
Right,
Yeah, it looks very Vision gameplay.
Closer than you want. We have seen Wrathbreaker death.
I was really hoping Arcane Archer would come out of something. I'm very disappointed that didn't come out.
Managed to get through there. And
is that a rare varnish?
Twisters, I don't like Twisters for game.
I think that was a rare varnish crossbow for Relicario, so not something that he will be able to utilize. He does still ID it, of course. He's going to be probably rendering it for the additional gold. We have seen some players switch over to grenades in like season 2 and 3 from other caster setups.
Those are the obvious choice.
Yeah, we had like grenade witches.
I want to play the same ice shot that I again.
Grenades for a little bit there. Those grenades
we will be seeing. We will, however, be seeing some adjustments to the caster, especially in regards to the single target setup that is yet to come as we get rid of him with Luxian, another super prominent player, progressing now through the quarry.
Yeah, Luxian on the Huntress moving up into that top 4 slot in production is
not playing
not
minions.
The fastest. Get off the stream. Production once
maybe
again.
We can take a look at the ladder, how we're looking in terms
of
your
drop. Nice, dude. Have a good one.
It is right now. We are still a little bit away from the boss. Maybe we can pay closer attention to Angormus, especially here. So Angormus in the lead for entering the Mountain Quarry with Woodish 18 seconds behind, Kiom 37 seconds behind, and Shackle
He is in first place.
So he is in there, but still a little bit away. But an impressive run so far from Shackle Coach. Super cool to see.
Yeah, we've got 2 distinct packs at the moment.
Monk's also pretty broken, kind of I guess. Really Monk is pretty broken.
Right now, and then there's bottom 3 that 4, 5, and 6 positions forming their own little pack, just tailing behind.
But it's mostly just like, I don't like the endgame Monk builds though.
1 minute range at this point.
Or just like War on Assault.
From zone to zone, especially as you get differences in how players take XP, whether they get some nice packs in a zone and take full advantage of that, whether they adjust accordingly to differences in the race seed. All these races are
any nerfs, there's no balance change 0.5.
You can play it a little bit different each time. But so far, we've got a real nice run for Angormus.
Act 2 is the final act where you really have to pay attention to your XP so much. So that is a very, very important element that players are constantly trying to min-max here. And a big part of that is the league mechanic, as you are seeing it.
Wilson is saying, there's no balance. So everything that's good right now is going to be good in 0.55.
Some of the gameplay. Oh, movement speed boots and some rare mods for Angormus. Not going to be equipping those boots just yet, but potentially might be something beneficial for him.
Sad news.
And another aspect of that.
23 just suffered a death in the background. I don't think we'll have a clip for that since they went on stream at the time, but that probably puts the final nail in the coffin for 23.
Wait, 23 died again?
Most likely. Possibly rattled by that first one. Suffers another death in the background. Possibly to like Wrathbreaker or something like that, maybe at this point.
Needed to go full Goku and he went.
Dude, that's really bad. That's like 5 minutes.
Deep childhood cuts.
I'm old. Sorry.
I'm old. Yep. How's your back feeling this morning today, Russ?
Vegeta? Like the seasoning? Yeah, guys. Well, we do have our players heading over to Rugia, another tricky boss for some of the more casual players, but
Among Us is in the lead right now.
To Rugia anytime recently.
Well in the lead, to be honest.
Part of the reason why
I guess Woodish is right behind him.
Constantly is because the more mobs you kill, the more loot you get.
Twisters get a massive time save in Act 4 and Act 3 compared to
you get good loot, you
grenades.
Get good items that will allow you to min-max your defenses and your offenses for Act 3 and Act 4, as players will primarily be using talisman to get through.
Does the drop not work? Try reloading this stream, it does not work. It's just Twitch.
Kill them. Sometimes
Twitch had issues today.
25 levels under the zone, but we have yet to get there. An Exalted Orb for Angormus, and that currency is going to be super important, as our players will be slamming as much gear as possible, trying to get those prefixes and suffixes in some cases.
Woodish first into Rugia, and I was just looking at Woodish's gear as well. Pretty solid physical damage crossbow there, and a really nice set of damage rolls on one of those rings too. And you're seeing that in play here now as some really big grenade hits go down.
Ooh, the Merc's in the lead now.
That, actually, I don't think secured the lightning buff. Might have been out of range there, so didn't get the bonus. But nonetheless, Rugia goes down super fast there. And Angormus, meanwhile, taking full advantage of those twisters, and they're cooperating too. They're nicely coming back to Rugia. Well, pretty much all of them came back and connected there for 2 volleys. So big damage for Angormus. and a nice fast Ruja kill for them both there. But yeah, it looks like Ruja's taking the lead there, taking down Ruja just 11 seconds ahead of Engormus. So a slight shuffling in the pack there. Rudish and
Coach with
Engormus
a
competition heating up.
2
Shackle
boxes.
Coach trying to keep up. You can
Ooh,
see the
moving up
difference in the levels, but you have to take a look at the checkpoint,
Ooh,
right? Oh, actually,
yeah.
there we go. Shackle Coach, 34 seconds behind. And he will be the third person to kill Rugia, so catching up significantly from that 80-second difference that we saw before. Nicely done.
Level 14 on Ruja, though, is 2 levels behind what
No
Engormus
way.
and Hyom do it.
That can't be real.
Yeah, just hit 15, so maybe, like, at this point, maybe a level behind.
We don't know the dual
So it
ascendancies.
might
Did
have
it
to
not
take
reveal
some extra
them?
XP there, or it might have just been just the end of that level, maybe, in the difference between, say, Shackle and Luxion. So maybe just a little bit behind on XP. Something to keep an eye on. Might have to
The box for both PoE1 and
grab a little bit
PoE2.
of XP extra in some of these zones coming up here.
But he was
That's something.
14 entering Quarry. There's no way he didn't get a singular level in 2 zones. I mean, I guess it could be a part of his strategy. We're going to have to wait and see. He does look very aggressive with those twisters.
Yeah, I mean,
You can see
twisters are
that he is
really good for
taking
soaking
extra
up
time.
XP, but sometimes maybe you have like
Yeah.
a really good zone read on a slightly shorter zone seed, and you don't get as many mobs, or maybe someone runs into a champ pack that you don't, and ends up being a bit different to your practice. So you need to account for all this stuff on the fly as a racer, and if you start to fall behind a little bit, it can be a big problem, because the racers really want to be hitting certain breakpoints for certain zones to maintain, the fact that they're not getting like a too big an XP penalty, because that ramps up really quickly as you get more and more underleveled.
Yeah, just 1 level difference can make all of the difference. And
Absolutely.
once you start falling behind,
Prime
there's really no recovering from it in a speed run. So it is a fixed seed race, but the champs and the blue mobs are still going to be random. So our players are always trying to account for that. But a pretty tight race so far. Nicely progressed. A winged spear drop for Shackle Coach. He's not going to be picking it up. His inventory, he's struggling. Another aspect of racing that is just so challenging.
And Engormus with a high 90-something%, 97 or something percent IPD roll on the spear there. It needs exalting
90%. Oh shit.
Nice.
But could be an absolute clincher on that winged spear for Engormus there.
Woodish first person
That's
to enter
big,
Halani
damn.
Gates, but Engormus is not far behind whatsoever.
Oh yeah. Right behind. So
I think he exalts though.
Competition here looking very spicy. Quick reset there for Engormus.
He exalts a weapon.
Actually, what was that one for? Not sure.
Could be the NPC getting stuck. Sometimes in the
Right,
zone,
yeah.
you go a little too fast, and the NPC gets stuck, and you gotta go for that reset. So if you guys,
there, yep.
Oh, he got knocked down. Oh, I guess a reset zone. A little bit of time lost there.
Want to go for
sprint knockdown.
But yeah, with our players, I mean, sometimes they also reset for mobs. It does respawn the mobs, and that's another potentially important, either beneficial or detrimental element of resetting some of the zones.
Oddly enough,
hey, it's like 1 important race every 3 years,
Octo.
Octo.
The worst of 2 winged spears, like pretty clear cut. Oh, he might need the strength on the current one, maybe. I don't know. It doesn't seem like he would. He's got a strength amulet. It doesn't seem likely. It might just be a slight misread on the. It's only a small difference in the end, like a 10% IPD. But yeah, he's got a slightly worse spear on right now. He's got 2 winged spears. One with, if you include the rune, that's like got 70-something%. The other one's got 90%. So, and there's basically no other differences except for strength suffix on one of those spears. Might have just done a shuffle there as well.
He is constantly optimizing his inventory, so he's
got multiple spears to potentially craft.
That's our second drop. No way to you.
There. The better one is 19%, but it only has a 1 open prefix. So a good exalt though could make all the difference on that one. You land a big flat physical. That's exactly what you want in the Huntress. Big physical damage for that bonus damage from the ice tip arrows.
Shackle Coach up to Jamanra.
Now.
He's just blasting.
Rudish and
he has to. He has to be struggling with levels.
Flying. Yeah, that does read to me like maybe falling behind on levels and then skipping a bit too much. I don't know. We might have to have a look at that XP breakdown, because Shackle Coach just jumping ahead like that all of a sudden makes me a little suspicious that something else is being sacrificed, right?
He is 5th on XP. The ladder does take a minute to update. with Woodish, to give you guys a reference, being level 19 at this stage of the game, you can still afford to be a little bit behind like this at this stage, but he's taking out a loan, and
yes, he's taking out a loan against his future here. And I'm a little bit worried that the interest repayments are going to be a bit too much for him moving forwards. But yeah, jumping ahead there, but 2 levels behind almost. That's definitely concerning. Nonetheless, Shackle Coach does move
fresh
through.
I tried the same as before, so if you want to play it, the guide's
18
updated.
seconds ahead of Woodish.
Nothing's changed. It's the same balance.
Meanwhile, Angormus dealing with the end of the German Rough fight here.
For everybody but one player. Woodish apparently with a sure-footed sigil amulet drop. So very powerful.
Sure-footed.
How has this amulet shown up so much in these qualifier events? I feel like we almost never saw it in previous races.
That's really good.
All of a sudden, we've had like
really
3
good.
or 4 of them drop in the qualifiers. This amulet is one of the best uniques to get in these speed running races. The short-footed sigil gives you +1 meter to dodge roll range, which is just insanely strong for speed running. Makes things safer and significantly faster, especially running around in war, because players are already just running normally in wolf form and then dodge rolling constantly. Because it's almost as fast as sprinting and way safer. But with short-footed sigil, it's actually faster and again even safer. So that's a big drop for sure, and we usually see players start to speed ahead a little bit and getting something like that.
And you can see
it's a big one. Woodish.
And you can see that damage coming off
1.5 next Friday.
Immediately killing his Jamadra. So
yeah,
the majority of the tools are already available for Huntress players, and this is where they're really going to start getting ahead. But staying alive is still a major element as Woodish. With that amulet will be the first person to enter the bone pits. Nicely done by him. Man, I'm so happy to see Shackle Coach still hanging on, but he might be first on the progression, but if you take a look at those levels, it is looking scary. We cannot emphasize this enough.
I'm hoping you can make it work. Yes, but
I hope so
the longer you go with this problem building up a little bit more and a little bit more each zone, the longer it takes to correct. Like, it just becomes exponential.
I'll try it out. It'll be new.
Further and further that XP falls behind. So he's ultimately, unless he's got a new strategy, he's going to be trying to hit 27 the same as all the other Huntresses. And,
nope, drops are still live.
If you fall
if drops are not working for you, reverse the page.
I'm hoping he can make it work. Because I love to see him.
He might have some super YOLO strategy, Maybe he's thinking, you know what? All the mercenaries are getting less and less levels. Might as well send it on the Huntress. People always talk about how, a weapon's beneficial, but it's not like super duper important.
Yeah, let's go. Level 24 Huntress.
Yeah, he's just gonna full send it.
Let's do it. I'm checking out.
To give you guys an idea.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
The boss to give you guys an idea, the boss that they have to kill is level 53. So when we're talking about, a level 27 character killing Tavakai, that's already a pretty significantly under-leveled character. But yeah, who knows? Maybe it's gonna get crazier. I believe this is the boss that killed Shackle Coach last week.
Oh yeah, it was when we got
going to be claiming his
flattened by the mammoth against the wall. It was brutal, that one. That was a really savage death. But look, he took his revenge this week. That
was going monkey kill?
He was talking.
You can see him mouthing something. He's talking shit to the mastodon. Yeah, get out of here.
That's how you do it. Good stuff. Getting some revenge there. Well earned there, really well. Maybe got in and did some practice runs on that boss specifically after the upset last week, because that was a really brutal death. Definitely would be the one that would get to you. But I'm just spying in on Kiom's gear, because we've been seeing some really good damage out of them, and we do indeed have a really nice wing speed with high physical damage and attack speed, but the gloves are beautiful, really high physical and lightning damage. Excellent stuff. Big lightning damage on one of the rings, and then a nice physical roll on the other ring. Just all that damage. And we actually got like a Dark Defiler. It's a unique scepter, which is gain 5 chaos damage per undead minion, and it gives you the Skeleton Warriors, so a bit of bonus damage from that.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, Woodish's gear's got to be crazy, because he really destroyed Kabbalah there. That was really fast. So he is progressing at a ridiculous pace.
I'm not sure on links starting yet.
I love this, like, real confident roll grenade from Woodish. The pathing and the pack clear looking super smooth there. Taking some key grenade nodes, about to hit that big grenade node there. Absolutely crucial ones for the mercenary. They had to make some sacrifices, and some mercenaries going for different strategies. But in going that level 27 strategy they're doing now, but most of them going for the big damage. And Gormus getting one of the boss kills a little bit early there, but still manages to freeze the second boss before any enrage became a big issue for them and get that kill down after a slight delay building up for that second barrage.
Lost
But
City
how is
for
it panning out?
Woodish. A Thawing Charm, nice. Potentially something that could prevent a reset or even save him from a death. So we need to
Woodish
go back for that.
taking the lead.
So much
once again
raise.
off the
It's
Shackle
first to act
Coach.
for boss
19
kill.
seconds ahead on the
For
Urbala
hacks.
first step there, with Luxian being
Roughly 2
81
hours. We're
seconds,
like
and
about halfway
Gormus
through.
falling back down to 120 seconds. So a full 2 minutes behind Woodish at this point. That's big.
Damn.
That is big. I'm gonna
Woodish
have
is
to...
level 20 already.
Yeah, that's a big part of that as well. No sacrifices being made there. Woodish is on pace with a very nice mercenary run. Things going very well. So we know about that. Once I load in, I can take a look at that gear there. But obviously we know about that. The big drops for Woodish, but I think the rest of the gear was looking pretty good too. Might be like an Angormus-esque looking run here.
poe1 drops.
I believe it was in week 2 or 3. Angormus had just an obscene race in terms of RNG. Just everything going absolutely right. But then died towards the end of the race and threw it all away by one.
This update the one that's broken with the other one.
Yes. So it was a big upset for Angormus.
Just change the command and copy it.
Trying to claw his way back into a qualifying spot ever since then.
Yeah, I think that was the second one. And yeah, if he wouldn't have died, he potentially could have taken that one. But it is still the qualifying time that players have to beat in case somebody can't participate or can't come to ExileCon. So he's looking to either beat that time or have nobody else beat it. Maybe some PvP action. Who knows?
The gear's looking fairly solid. Nothing like super crazy, but a pretty good varnished crossbow there with some nice 72 IPD and 2 to 7 fizz. Pretty good stuff there. A little bit of damage on those rings is good to see. Not a lot on the gloves, and just those 10% move speed boots. But at this point, the move speed boots don't matter quite as much as it may.
Did Nick qualify? Nick couldn't do poe2 races because he has World of Warcraft.
Of course, you are running a little bit
race going on.
Dodge rolling more so. A little bit of a battle with Slender Screech, the rare monster there. They're all dodging a few grenades or something, maybe it looked like.
He's going to do the poe1 race, though.
What did Angormus just drop? Some chest piece? Are you looking at the Ziggy?
Oh, I didn't. The screen was too small. I'm going to have a look in game. Is it like a brisk wrap?
Take a look.
I think. Let me have a look.
I'm not sure.
I'm
Did
spying.
have 2 sockets.
I'm spying. We got a brisk wrap, which is it is double socketed, which is the one that gives you deflection based on your evasion. I mean, it's level 22. It's in his inventory. You could use that later for the defensive side of things. It's a nice cold resistance on it. Gives you big flask recovery rate, some big evasion. Like, it's a nice tankiness there. Nothing that's going to speed you up or anything, though. Despite it being called brisk wrap, it doesn't really make you any faster.
Nice kill by Woodish. Ooh, it goes for the little bit of an early roll. Maybe he was doing some Huntress practice, too used to that chill. Not something available on the mercenary. Gets slammed, but will live.
That would be a big upset to die to that boss. We don't see a lot of Azarian deaths, but we're just trying to make it happen for a second there. And manages to get through in the end.
You know, maybe he's in a stage where he knows that he's
Dodge will eventually, just wait.
He can see himself entering all the zones
take an hour.
Maybe he's not super comfortable. Woodish has been super close to the top spot every race, but never quite been rank 1 as far as I remember. So maybe he's getting a little nervous, you know? Mom Spaghetti?
Shackle Coach's twist is not cooperating. Basically, every volley that he sent out.
Oh my god. Look at Angormus.
That's the event.
Statue room.
There's so many monsters there. Well, the ones to send those twisters through. Oh man, the shadow twisters through the corridor are so satisfying looking, aren't they? I love that disengage movement too. Always a big fan of the spear gameplay there. See if Angormus can make it happen for him. Good run through here so far. Very nice. Doesn't need to go back and get a ring or anything like that. He's got his double iron rings at this point. Looks like he's happy with those. straight into the
also
Azarian
beginning
fight.
his Azarian
Well,
fight.
Budish has the OP amulet, which is like a massive time save. So he's like so far ahead now.
Not able to pre-stack in the same way
that amulet's OP, the dodgeball amulet.
Mercenary, so
Yeah,
players are
those
trying to pull the boss a little bit more into the room. At this stage of the game, you do have access to a lot more projectile speed, a lot more duration. So
Gucci Prada. Is that the Twister guy?
Skill, already converting your damage, and Angorimus and Luxian just about neck and neck. Going over to the quest items, we'll be running back for the loot. Actually, only Angorimus doing that, so Luxian sticking around for the loot.
Angorimus goes back.
Consumables, yeah.
Yeah.
I might take like an hour to show up though.
There. Yeah. We're just clearing out a little bit of XP, extra XP on the Abyss there. I don't know, are they going for the full clear on this one for the extra bonus drop?
Prada? No, it's the same one.
Yeah, I think Woodish is for sure. It's like taking that rare kill there. It's a good place to grab a bit of extra XP and some extra drops. I can't remember what the guaranteed drop from this one is. No,
I feel like we talk about this every week and we never remember.
Because
guys, type !claim to claim it drops.
Yeah. It was a guaranteed unique at one point. Well, I have like a gem or an exalt or something, but ultimately we're just not worrying about it. Just kind of taking the extra kills from it there ultimately is the main thing.
It is really good for the XP.
You claim it. Make sure you claim it.
It makes a really big difference. So we always see people either committing to this one or the one in the Mastodon Badlands. But nice progression so far from Woodish. And his movement's beginning to look a little bit more confident than what we saw before. Again, looking shaky, but now getting into the groove of things, getting comfortable at that rank 1 spot with
a lot of first messages.
38 seconds ahead of Shackle Coach, who managed to catch up a little bit in XP, still behind.
Still one level behind, like, because you can see those XP bars there. So that puts Shackle Coach about 1 level and 10% XP behind Woodish right now. And obviously the XP is a little different for the Mercenaries and Huntresses, but they are going for the same gold level at this point, and it's probably pretty similar. But yeah, I'm impressed that Shackle Coach has held it together and seemingly catching back up on that XP deficit a little bit. So maybe can pull it off and make it work. Don't know if it's going to cost him just that little bit of extra time moving forwards or not.
We claim in the drops, of course.
Hopefully that doesn't make too much of a negative impact for them as they move through.
What is on this guy's screen? What is this?
Where they'll typically do a lot of XP catching up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, some of our players are going to be doing some XP farming in the Titan Grotto as well, unintentionally, as we've seen many players struggle with the layout read of this zone previously.
Yes.
Hopefully not going to be the case. Again, everybody's got the same layout, so the better player wins.
It's a fully solved one as well, but yeah, sometimes you just see people make those misreads and even multiple people do the same misread. You see the exact same mistakes being made across different screens there. So far, things looking pretty good for Woodish here. Obviously, they do want to go get...
Guys, you claim your drops yet?
The league mechanic they usually want to hit in here as well, but...
Don't forget.
We'll see how that plays out for Woodish there. It's like we might have lost a little bit of time earlier, unless that was the league mechanic.
Yeah, I think Titan Grotto is the level 2 support gem.
Big fly damage?
The first one that you're able to get.
Okay. Transmutes a potential alloy crossbow there, lined up. Obviously, that's one you want to try and craft. You saw the superior alloy crossbow and went back for that, and immediately dropped a very decent fire damage roll on there. So that one's definitely one that he could craft up the rest of the way.
The armpit strategy still.
Aang's not too far behind.
Much these days.
Thing is, one depth changes everything, right?
Yeah, if you don't know, if you stand in Zalmarath's armpit, he can't hit you. You can kind of stand just right there. And we're just taking full advantage of that for a nice safe kill. Yeah, we don't see it as much these days. And the race is killing him fast enough that it is not as much of a problem a lot of the time, but not quite enough.
Yeah, Amazon does put a time boost in Act 3.
Tier 2 magic drop and whatnot.
Oh, interesting. We had also an off-screen death from Enzu.
Oh, Enzu, who clawed their way back up. It clawed their way into the top 6, but then only to perish somewhere around here, maybe in the Titan Grotto or something. Unfortunate upset for Enzu there, off screen there. Had a few off screen.
Wait, what? How did that hand not hit him?
From 23 on screen.
What's that collision?
Probably won't be the last. Nice bounce back for the twisters there for Shackle Coach for some big Zalmarath damage, but Zalmarath dodges a few twisters. You wouldn't think a guy that big could dodge much, but there he goes. But nonetheless,
just one ad. Jeez, just one ad being so dangerous.
Yeah, you like lose half your life. It's like, good thing it wasn't 2.
And immediately a big reaction from Shackle Coach.
There's also a lot of EXP.
Time waiting for the loot to drop. And
also being first. Amulet's OP, man.
Away from those ads. They're just so dangerous.
He moved the talisman, but the little gem was in the way of the quest objective. That quest objective is gigantic. It's like 4 wide
so
and
big.
2 high. So Shackle Coach's like furiously clicking it, trying to get it to go in his inventory. You can see the nerves playing an impact there, playing a role. And Gom's doing
beginning his Titan fight, doing a little bit of passive point optimization. The Huntress isn't quite able to get into
already
that
claimed
farm
3
pit as you are
boxes.
trying to min-max your Twister bounces.
How many have you claimed?
Yeah, big volley, but
goes for the big freeze.
A few of them come back and hit and land that freeze.
Oi, oi.
Decent bounce
Gets
there.
pushed away.
Man, he has really good damage.
Yeah. It's fine. He can handle that.
I don't. Angorvis didn't look fully in control there. The eyes got real wide for just a second.
Not fully in control of his character positioning, but it's all right.
Is it only 1 month? Yes, I think they said it was 1 month, right?
His health bar, it should be enough.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Luxian just moments behind Angormis on the kill there. That puts Swedish at a 1 hour and 30 seconds to Shah. And which is pretty fast, but not the fastest I've heard of. Swedish, despite the
his letter quite quickly. Very nice. Those 2 extra skill points.
54 seconds behind for Shackle Coach now compared to Woodish. So Woodish
gaining
more of an advantage here as time goes by.
But
possibly off the back of that sure-footed sigil as well.
Shackle Coach getting a little bit closer. He's about 50% XP behind now from the looks of it. So ramping up. Maybe he's just managed to figure out zones where he's supposed to prioritize his XP a little bit more. And it doesn't seem like he's falling into those penalties at all.
That's honestly impressive. I thought this was going to be a much bigger deal for him, but seems like has made the necessary corrections and still maintained the fast time. Because I'm looking at Luxian, and right now it's like 40%, 45% XP difference. Not too bad.
Bad news. The XP just updated. It actually wasn't correct on the ladder, and Woodish is level 24, and Shackle Coach is about to hit 23. So I thought that was a 50%.
They screw up drops. It's mostly Twitch got fucked by GTA 6. GTA 6
I'm giving a more
Twitch.
fair comparison here, looking between like Luxian and Shackle Coach both being on the Huntress here, and obviously Woodish is kind of flying right now. Yes, the difference there is a bit more stark, but it's not quite as bad for Shackle Coach compared to Luxian. So maybe that catch up is happening, and with Shackle Coach still maintaining the lead over Angormis and Luxian here by a full minute. That's not bad. We'll see if they can hold it together as we leave Dashar. That next breakpoint will be very telling, I think. Obviously, the Dreadnought is that final place where they'll be taking XP, seeking to hit that level 27 breakpoint. Sometimes doing a reset in there, depending on how much XP they get. Resets, it's a decent place to reset for some extra XP. But Twister can also soak up a lot of XP here up the top of the spires of Dashar. Whereas the Mercenary is a bit more spot clear with those grenades, doing a good job of taking down those packs very quickly while you're rolling around, but you aren't getting everything. You're not getting all of the monsters. After a Huntress has been through there, it's spotless. You can eat off that spire of Dashar.
Hype claim to get GTA 6? What?
Taking claim XP, but maybe not necessarily the right read unless it was specifically for farming. I've been wrong about that before.
Trying to get an idea of where our players were last week. So we are ahead of last week's pace. Woodish with 1 hour, 03, and 24 seconds entering Spire of the Shar compared to the... Actually, Woodish being rank 1 last week as well at 1 hour, 4 minutes and 7 seconds. So nice 40-second difference there for Woodish.
Yeah, it is a little
improving
faster
every week.
Yeah, that's it. I mean... did Woodish have a sure-footed sigil last week?
Well,
if so,
the big difference being that last week the second person entering Spires of the Shar was 23 with just a 15 seconds difference. This week around, Woodish having a much larger gap between himself and the second place Shackle Coach with 92 seconds. Big gap.
This is maybe the best run we've seen from Shackle Coach. I feel like Shackle Coach has usually started to waver a little bit more by this point, but this is like, he is on point today. Yeah, we know we've been questioning the XP, and it's possible that's
guys. How many boxes have you claimed so far?
That time, and maybe he loses a minute in Dreadnought. We'll see. But right now, so far, things are looking very competitive for Shuttlecoach, and this might be the strongest that he's ever looked.
11.
Love to see it.
Yeah, for sure.
2.
He's definitely.
Absolutely.
Well, I think we've all got a
Garbus-
bit of a soft spot in our hearts for Shuttlecoach because he's so emotive on his streams. He really wears his heart on his sleeve.
I love this guy.
Yeah,
He's the
for
best.
sure.
And the swap to the Huntress is also super cool as well, for sure. And Garbus
Making it
still
work.
hanging in there, top 3, 160 seconds behind. Might seem significant, but you have to spot also that he is level 24, so he's doing great on XP.
Yeah, he is good XP,
He's
is
going to
true.
be able to use that XP advantage to potentially get past some of the upcoming
Merxy
zones a
level
little bit
31.
faster, maybe
What is-
not to do as much mob hitting.
Horse is good for level 27.
So, what do you
It's
reckon,
less
Rise?
XP
Is
needed
this
for
a full
twisted
zone clear
players.
for XP for Woodish, or is this zone read is not working for me situation? Because what is going on? What is this map
He's
right now?
definitely behind on XP. Everybody's having an issue when it comes to XP. If I compare it to last week, he was level 26 when he did Torgul, 1 hour, 7 minutes, and 31
So some farming
seconds.
going on, maybe.
So yeah, he just hits level 27 now, I
There's
believe.
another reset there. Yeah.
Or level 26, excuse me. Yeah, he hits
yeah,
level
well,
26.
That's
It
right, you're right. He knows
updates.
what the boss is, so yeah, that's it. It's like I'm glad that's farming because holy that.
Chode. Chode
would be a bit of an
wave.
It's a
upset if
good
that was
zone.
At
zone
or
read.
Lurgy.
The twisters are just so effective. You can clear multiple screens with it. The corridors are tight. How quickly can he get this?
Who is in
Torgul
the
done?
club?
Last week,
Who's
it
joined the
was
club?
1 hour,
The
7
club is
minutes,
open.
and I
Join the
think
club.
50 something seconds. Sorry,
It's
it
kinda
already
coming
updated
close.
for me, so he's noticeably ahead.
Yeah, we'll see how that. It's going to be pretty close by the time he gets that kill down. Torgul just getting chunked at a steady pace, but nothing super crazy here. Unless we get some nice big crits at the end, it's going to be.
What does claim do to get more boxes?
only like 5
To get
seconds
your
faster or
box, you have to
something in
type
the
claim in
end.
chat.
Pretty close in the end compared
Unless
to
you don't get your
last week,
box. Exclamation point
which,
claim.
Yeah, nicely done.
There we go. Yeah, 747, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's actually a little bit behind. It was
lot
31
of
last week.
claims.
This week around is 47. But Woodish,
Interesting.
very comfortable. Looking very, very comfortable right now.
Yeah, it might have come down to that bit of extra time taking XP compared to last week, maybe, especially since the short-footed sigils obviously sped up Woodish's movement throughout this run, but to be falling behind last week's pace at this point a little bit, yeah, somewhat indicative. Big flat damage rolls there with some +2 projectiles on the crossbow. And I believe that was likely that fire damage.
You guys get your
one.
box? I got 5 boxes so far.
Spy on that
Honestly-
crossbow because it's an important craft, Woodish. The big respecs coming down now as well.
We've talked about this last week, but Woodish is somebody who isn't just strong in Act 1 and 2. We see this from many players where they really excel in Act 1, 2, and 3 because they've been practicing for so long. But Woodish's Act 4 is kind of crazy. He is super consistent in it. So seeing that he's on a mercenary and he's potentially going to be the first person to exit Act 2 is very nice because you want to put a big gap between yourself and the Huntresses as they are coming. The Huntresses, they're inevitable. But they might also die. So you're trying to pick as big of a gap as possible. You can see a lot of the skill tree
Claim.
optimization already happening there, as Jamanra is very close with Woodish now.
Cuba.
I believe might already be.
I mean,
no, he's still
people
expanding
do die in
first.
Act 3 and Act 4. Mostly
Yeah,
Act
it's a
4.
little
That's
bit
what you're
more
gonna
Most
level.
yeah.
likely the final level.
Yeah,
Right.
that crossbow is like passable, but not super amazing. I was just watching the DPS,
slamming
the
it.
damage on his explosive grenade, and oh yeah, there goes the sockets. That's going to help a lot because I was
it's a
just looking at it and
+2.
it was like 1300 explosive grenade, and you really want like 1500 plus is kind of like that point where you start to feel a bit okay. Now it's looking much more like 1800. So after those upgrades, just there 1400 to 1800 range with
Mhm.
buffs. So that's definitely getting a lot better for Wittish. So that explosive grenade damage ticking up into
Nothing
much more
crazy.
comfortable range. Nothing
Nothing
super crazy.
nothing bad.
Yeah. Workable. So advantage
Workable.
on the movement, but not any sort of crazy advantage on the damage side of things, which obviously the Huntresses get really obscene if they get
Plus
some
1
decent gear
entries.
behind them.
Hey, Fove.
So
Oh, yeah.
a slight deficit on the bossing times could be in store for Woodish, which might give some of the other races on the Huntresses a little bit of a chance to catch up there. I mean, it would be very cool to see a mercenary take the final qualifier slot here. That would give us 3 Huntresses and 1 mercenary there. Could be wrong.
And you have to think, if that were to happen, does that mean that Woodish is going to stick with the class 4 ExoCon?
Yeah.
Or
you wonder,
is he
don't
going to
you?
take the time? Because we've heard that a lot, that some players do think the Huntress is better, but it's just not enough time to practice. We have a few months before ExoCon, so
Yeah,
I
it's an
wonder
interesting
what kind of
it's an interesting
adjustment would
state
happen
too,
there.
because we just learned that there's not necessarily going to be any major balance changes that might affect the races here. There's between now and then. So
A single
if there
merc.
was, going to be a giant balance change that like could shake up at all, then who knows what they'd be playing at ExileCon. But at this point, it's going to come down to what they do, what balance changes the racers make, because the racers are making just as much balance changes as GGG when it comes to racing, because they're learning new tech, new strategies, changing the level that they push through, changing their skills. Like there was support gems that just weren't being taken advantage of that are starting to be taken advantage of this week. It's like, oh, this is just free extra damage no one was using. It's like there's so much stuff in this game to discover and mess around with that things could change dramatically over a couple months worth of practice. But we're just moving into Jamin Ra first phase here.
First Jamin Ra?
Bubble.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but
Thing's almost there.
There is a player that can afford to take this extra time on his Jamin Ra fight. It is Woodish, as he is currently in the lead with Angormis. 116 seconds behind entering the Dreadnought.
Yeah. He's got some time to spare, so some time lost on the bubble here is not too bad for him, but does give the other racers a chance, and you don't really want to give them a chance if you can help it. Nonetheless, Angormis moving up to that second spot over Shuckle Coach. Shuckle's XP is looking good now. So Shuckle's spent some time catching on XP and has fallen behind with Angormis.
No one's not died with this race.
So maybe that time cost ultimately not that much in the end. If so, if that was all that cost him, 30 seconds, that's not that bad. It worked out for him. Big second phase for Woodish here. Big damage. Goes that wing blast. Huge hits. That's like
our soul finish knock too.
That was a fast kill there. It all came down. It all came together. Got those buffs up. Big shock. Big hits. Lots of damage and a very fast second kill for Woodish there. So any time lost in the first phase was more than enough.
Angormis usually plays Merc, but he's doing punches for the last race.
Nice kill. And Luxian, having entered the Dreadnought a little bit behind some of our other players.
How do you get more drops?
Really good on your XP as well. We've got Angormis now.
You type X.Claim to have a chance to get more drops.
And that bubble phase might make all the difference. Once again, optimizing his skill tree, making sure that everything is in order. He's as prepared as he possibly can be for this boss. Struggling a little bit with those skill points there. Potentially, Angormis still showing that he has been practicing hard with the Huntress, but
I think if any racer in this race has more, Angormis has the most pressure on him out of any racer here, I feel, because he's the guy with the biggest legacy in Path of Exile 2. He's won he's run basically every single race he's competed in prior to these qualifiers.
Yes.
I think everyone expected him to qualify right away. And
oh no!
Aang died.
Dead just like that.
No.
That was a powerful attack that you just
11.
performed. That was a powerful caster curse.
Oh no!
The caster curse from hell.
I know.
That's it, dude. That death is hard to come back from. That's an 07.
Do not see that very often. That is a huge upset for Angormis.
And on Jamin Ra.
On Jamin. We don't see that at all, do we?
I feel like that's even less likely than the Doriani rip we saw last week.
I don't think we've seen that in such a long time. Oh my. Okay. All right. We'll take another look at that in a bit, just to relive the.
You got the phase right as the end right there. You can get the skip.
What an upset.
I'm going to be reeling from that one for a minute here, and certainly Angormis has got 2.5 minutes to think about just how much that's going to cost him.
Give us a moment. We'll check out what Luxian is doing with his Jamin Ra fight. Shackle Coach on the fight as well, happening right now. As soon as we get out of those, we'll watch that instant replay of Angormis's unfortunate demise. But a clean fight so far for Luxian. The freeze is there, the banner is down, and Twisters, they're going ham. Shackle Coach able to get through his phase 1 uninterrupted as well.
Press the box.
So no deaths.
Extra point claim.
Optimizing some of his inventory. A lot of Augs and Transmutes still available, but it's the Regals and the Exalted Orbs that are missing from his inventory. No Amulet as well, so he's probably struggling with stats, struggling with resistances, something that will be a big deal, especially in Act 3 and Act 4, as if you notice, our players will be skipping past a lot of things.
But it goes on all the ones this race is going on
now. battling through that fight.
Flying. And yeah, in the meantime, while Angormus whittles down the last 30 seconds of his death timer there, Shackle Coach takes down his Jamin Ra kill, and Luxian having done his as well. Means 2 races move ahead of Angormus, and possibly even 3.
Let's see what happened. What happened with Angormus?
Elixir Prime.
Yeah, let's go into it now. We've got a little bit of time now before Angormus takes it on again. This is a wild one to me. Yeah,
you're always trying to face tank as much as possible, making sure that
he thought he got the phase
if you are moving, you're not performing attacks, which means that you have less DPS. Oh my, he just eats the slam. Singular hit takes him down.
It's a slam.
Ouch, man. That's just we haven't seen that one. I don't know if ever we've seen that. So once again, we see some unexpected deaths out of nowhere. Just like we did with Doriani last week. We see that here. That's just I'm gonna have a look, but that's most likely no lightning res.
Yeah, Jamano was kind of slamming into the wall. It was difficult to see what he was doing, and yeah.
I mean, he can technically still come back if first place dies, but it's rough.
The freeze was on our end. That was just the replay, not for Angormus.
Yeah, the replay was choppy, but it's not something that happens to Angormus. Listen, it wouldn't be an official stream without some technical.
Oh, he got the phase too. Oh no, that's another 30 seconds loss.
Thanks for sticking with us, guys.
It's looking rough.
It has been difficult, but we're trying to power through, just like our players with Woodish. Such a lead right now, progressing through another difficult to navigate zone, the Chimera wetlands.
I don't know. That's a super unexpected.
Boxes run out, so keep spamming X-Point Claim. All the boxes almost out.
Got some lightning res. He has a decent life.
The larger person DMing you with the boxes.
11 lightning res. I wouldn't have expected that. I wouldn't have expected that unless he changed something in between deaths there. Yeah, but Angormus gets that second phase down real fast there on the. Oh, so I'm slightly ahead. Trust me, it's real fast.
Yes.
In the stream delay there, because I was watching him in game, it's like bam, look at that, and those twisters cooperate and get excellent returns there on those volleys, and the one freeze set of barrage there does it for Angormus. So Angormus getting through the second attempt there as quickly as possible, making it look even more impossible that he could have died that first time around. But you know what happens? It happened last week. It's happening here again. Woodish on Zyclusian, hopefully getting that kill.
Woodish is doing really well.
One pillar that he had to deal with,
but he is playing Merc. Merc is does lose some time in Act 3 compared to Huntress.
We've seen double, sometimes even triple pillar action on the Chimera, so not something that's going to be happening to Woodish.
Yeah, not what we want.
Oh, he died a monkey.
We're in hell.
Oh no,
he's the worst.
Oh, look at his face. Monkey claimed another victim.
I feel it, Shackle Coach. I feel it, man. Look at his face and his hands. Absolutely devastated.
Crushed.
Destroyed by that slam from the monkey. Oh, it has been a minute since the monkey has claimed a life, but
that's 07 for him, dude. He's out.
He still has what it takes.
I mean, he could come back, but it's hard, dude. Dying in this race is rough, unless everyone else dies.
Run this race. All of these people are dropping, man. What is going on? What a bloodbath.
League start? I don't know. I'll decide soon.
Unexpected places. He was doing so well. I don't think we've ever seen a better run out of him there. That one hurts, I think, the most out of any of the deaths that he's ever suffered. Definitely felt that one.
I think you have to keep talking. I have to emotionally recover from this.
See this?
I understand, yeah.
How did he die?
I felt like just a minute ago with Angormus. I get it. Yeah, let's once again. Oh man, he was almost out of the way too. He was almost out of the way. Like a slightly different 2 degrees further left or something. I think he would have cleared it.
The monkey has slain so many lives.
Which is usually the right call, but he was a bit further away, right? If he was closer to the monkey, he would have drawn to the other side, which is what you want to do. It's exactly, he did the right thing just from the slightly wrong position. So he just didn't quite get out of that slam radius there, that hitbox. Oh, man.
And Woodish, I don't think he's fully aware of the state of things, because at this point it's very difficult. You'll see some of our players frequently check their friends list or check the ladder to get an idea of where the other players are, especially the people at the top. Woodish, not only has he not been doing any of these things, he's probably he just has no clue where everybody else is, and he has such an incredible lead now that I I don't know, Ziggy. This is looking.
Everyone who gets close.
We got to put some effort into caster cursing.
Yeah, his lead is really, really strong.
Pull out this is his race to lose and all of that.
I don't know. I'm torn because I really wanted to like Gormus or Shackle to take it after a run like that. You know, I really. Oh man, it would have been so good to see. At the same time, Woodish has been amazing. It came out of nowhere, and he's on the Merc too, and he's having such a good run here.
Yes.
I don't.
Guys, Dakota's changed.
So
now
sick
type
to see a
Scuba to
mercenary
claim your
over
box.
Because
It would be
everybody's
so
saying
Scuba,
this is going to be
all
the stable
lowercase.
class to qualify, and we see all these huntresses coming out, and to see a mercenary coming through would be so fun.
I'm basically going to be devastated and happy no matter what happens here because like these are all it hurts no matter what who of these races that go down. But at the same time, any of these guys qualify, I'm stoked. So let's see if Woodish can keep it together. But yeah, you got to be looking around your head checking, looking at those other races right now, and just you're having a good run like you are, and you're starting to get a little nervous as that pressure mounts. Is like, what's going on back there? These guys dying back there. Like his
weapon is kind of whatever. You know, the kills, they're not particularly fast. I still think that some of our other players have an opportunity to catch up for sure. One of those players being Luxian, also looking for that core now, will soon be fighting his Gold Temple boss as well.
Yeah, Luxian has
he's already actually done both pathways.
Yeah.
He's not that far behind them.
Big catch-up push from Luxian. Like previously, several minutes behind. Now, less than a minute behind Woodish. So it's actually a phenomenal catch-up here from Luxian.
That's the strength of the Huntress. You might sacrifice some time in Act 1, maybe a little bit in Act 2, but once you have all the tools available online, you have that full conversion, the frosted tips come out into play. Well, the second barrage won't. That's a nice kill.
Okay, there we go. Gets it at the end there. We got two volleys just kind of like bounce off the inner wall and move away.
Luxian from?
Luxian was using those firewalls
I believe he's Chinese.
because you need time for the twister to reset its internal cooldown.
He's a Chinese racer.
Again. And that near wall is too close for that boss, and that boss does not move around. So, but does manage to get
the Matlin waterways is here a very difficult zone, a little bit less challenging as it was before.
Gifted a subscription, type hey Pub to activate it.
Platforms instead of having to commit.
Oh
to the
yeah,
levers.
no levers anymore. Oh, I forgot about that. That's an amazing change, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
such a good change.
For sure. We still see people die in this zone and reset frequently. It is very tricky still.
Well, we had a very notable death in here in Qualifier 2, where Angomas had the sure-footed sigil, had the black heart, had all the gear, and was in the lead, was absolutely flying, and then dodge rolled to his death in a pack here in the Matlin Waterways. So
interesting.
Everything can change.
Woodish struggling with an abundance of currency, I think. He just slammed his belt right before picking up the belt reward. Interesting approach. Okay.
My lobster too buttery. I've got too much currency.
Yes.
Find ineffective ways of spending it. So far,
I think he's just given up on his weapons, so he's just trying to get as much survivability as possible, making sure that this run is as stable as available to him.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else he can do here. I'm gonna have a little bit of a spy, see if there's anything in store for Woodish for like final extra upgrades. Because usually there's there's a couple sockets and things like that can be short up, but as the races move forwards, it becomes increasingly hard for them to actually like drop any gear. They're not killing monsters and they can't equip it if they do. Oh, the skip. It's happening.
He's going for the skip. It's fallen out of meta a little bit, but Woodish with the huge skip.
Oh, it's slightly delayed, but he gets it. He gets it. Yep.
That's
if you don't know,
screen.
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. Yeah. If you don't know, you can drop a portal on that lever and spam click it as the lever's happening. And if you're fast enough, you can get a skip of the map appearing screen to save approximately 0.6 seconds on the trip to town.
Developers hate it. But
yeah, developers hate this one simple trick. Shaving less than 1 second off of your campaign.
He made his first place. The thing is, he's in first place, but he still needs levels. Like
pulls like
this Huntress, I think is like technically ahead right now.
Bounces and get some big.
Because he needs more levels. He's going level 27 and then giving up.
Almost there. I think Woodish's Cyclusion comparatively was a bit slower.
He's just going level 27 and giving up.
So maybe a bit of a chance.
That was a merc trap, but it's way more risky.
Despite the death, Angomas is still in the top 4. Mate.
Well, the Huntress is supposed to be faster now, but it's also supposed to be riskier. You have to play heavily off of those chills, off of the freeze.
Yeah, I just want to level 27 stop is
Who knows how this ends up
way more
playing out
risky than for 31.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting into uncharted territory for sure. People are just falling like flies, and another boss
No,
that has
0.5
killed
next
many
week.
in the past
Yeah, we've
will
had
be the
some
Queen of Filth.
We've had some notable deaths here. We had one, I believe, in week 1 that was a roll slam death, which is the classic. It's the one you expect to see. But then we had a very unexpected mushroom surfing death, as it became known, where one of our racers ran along one of the exploding mushroom paths and could not see through all of their twisters. Their DPS was too high, and they couldn't see, and they perished to mushroom explosions. So got multiple things to watch out for moving into this boss here.
Yeah, it's interesting too.
One.
Because most people assume that this boss fight is like exclusively
Soyrod's
physical,
girlfriend. It's her. She popped up. Soyrod.
So, again, fire damage once again sneaking up on our players here. Players are mostly focusing on not getting frozen, dealing with cold resistances. You know, there's a lot of lightning bosses, starting with Jamanra, but then also Benedictus and many others. But the fire resistance is always something that players neglect. And sometimes it ends up killing them, as you can see him baiting out those mushrooms right there.
Yeah.
Nice kill so
really
far
good.
from the Queen of Filth. Okay, he does nicely there. The
Just
mushrooms
confidently
respawn.
taking the slams. Yep, I love that.
Oi, oi, oi! He's okay.
Too confident.
Rise in reaction.
Oh.
Okay, all right. When he took that first slam and he was like a little slow on the life flask, I was like, oh, he's kind of baiting
I'm
like
gonna get a
second
box.
slam
Extra
here,
point.
but-
Fuck
Oh,
a
he's
fan,
confident.
guys.
And
There
then
was
he doesn't
no
get it, I'm
fuck a
like, oh,
fan.
he's
Did
too
not type
confident
extra
about
point
this. But then
enter.
that third one, and then rolls into takes more damage. It's like, oh, okay, that's a little shakier than I would have liked. Maybe purely calculated.
So
you know,
much about
who
how
knows?
we're talking so much about how Woodish has a significant lead and he's so far ahead, but look
Guys,
at this.
there's no
Lucian
enter,
already
right?
catching up to
That's
the
a-
Queen of Filth. The Huntresses are
Oh.
coming out in
Really
full
whittling
force.
that
The mushrooms
time.
on the ground. The giant freeze.
And go
Yeah,
first
we're talking
act
about-
Oh
four.
my! What a clean kill!
Whoa,
Just
that's
like
a
that.
very
Wow.
fast kill. Wow.
Act 4 boss.
It was like
First to
one
kill.
slam, one set of
Wins.
mushrooms, and done, compared to like 3 slams and 4 slams and a set of mushrooms for Wittish. So that's a substantially faster
Yeah.
kill there. And Luxian just shaving every zone. Shaves 10 seconds off that time. It goes down from 50 to 40, now to into the 30s. Luxian on the monumental push for a catch-up here. We might have a bit of a race on our hands here for this final push. You love to see it, and Angomas is not willing to be discounted yet at this point. And
Yeah,
gets a
two good
nice
subs.
clean kill on the boss here, and is
There's no
having a
gift
big
drops
catch-up
going on, though.
despite
The
death.
drops are
Obviously,
just
stuff
a
like that
regular,
combo up is big. That's going to be real hard to catch up to Woodish, but
right now.
you know, he's a battler. He's a battler. He's in it.
Optimal layout for Temple of Kopek. None of our players are going to be getting lost here whatsoever. Woodish up to Katsuli.
Really good.
The
That was
grenades are
good.
tricky to handle on this fight, but he uses the stun and the
Yeah.
immediate dashes. Okay, he just gets one, so nicely done.
He
Will
did
he be
such a
able
good
to
job of,
finish
like,
it here?
Baiting that dodge there and placing the flash grenades right in the middle.
They
And
farm
securing that stun
waterways
when
for
he did.
Tangletongue
That
and
was,
Sky
like, really
Silver,
good way of
the
managing
new-
that.
Yeah,
Tough
I
fight
think-
for the grenades.
The longer this fight goes, the less HP the boss
Dude, this
has. The more
this guy
dashes he
doesn't show
performs.
sockets.
So I
That's
think he kinda
psycho
queued
behavior.
up
Not showing
the
sockets on
early
gear.
HP dash, stunned
Actual
the boss,
psycho
and then the
behavior.
boss just continued and finished the initial high
Big
HP
freeze
dash. So
and damage
it's
here.
a nice kill.
Yeah, haven't yet noted and remarked on
Don't
the
know
beast.
what
We
it's
kinda missed
psycho
it, 'cause,
behavior,
previously
Flames.
we've
You
had
show
more of an
sockets on
attention the
gear.
Huntresses in the lead at this point, but with
True.
the mercenary leading, we haven't really talked about it as much, but we got a unique drop there. It was like, I think, the bleed chest. The beast for the Huntress is a big one. They get a tamed beast somewhere through, sometimes in Act 2, at the end of Act 2, we saw in the past, but usually making sure that they have it by mid-early Act 3. And it's a big one. They're pushing for either Burning Ground or Shocked Ground, and both really helpful. Shocked Ground being exceptionally good if you can get that. To buff
Brownless
those
dropped?
twisters
Yeah.
permanently, but also if you get a good aura or something there as well, that can be a big deal
You do
too.
the Pewee box
So,
drop how?
actually, that one's a Fox Shade, isn't it? I'm gonna have to have a little snipe on Luxian's
thanks
gear
for
here. I think
the
'cause,
mom
like, this
sub.
catch up is happening more and more, and I'm gonna see how much of a difference that unique makes for them. Maybe.
He equips it too. Nice. Yeah, and this is a very difficult zone
Aang
for our players
died.
for sure. Utsal is not just a challenging zone in terms
That's why.
of navigating, but also it's just very scary. The mobs hit hard. There's a million of them.
It's Sushi quit
And
0.5,
sometimes you'll
yeah.
see some of our players also killing the big mobs that can potentially drop a heart for additional 2 passive points. but Woodish manages to navigate perfectly, and now we'll be fighting Viper, who is a very tricky boss, as many of our players know, but for different reasons. We don't see many deaths on this boss anymore. Our players have gotten really good at doing it, but there is still some randomness and DPS requirements for this.
Yeah, I
to be a
remember when
good
Viper was a
fight.
scary
Woodish
boss. They nerfed her so many
restacking those
times.
grenades, but unfortunately doesn't get the explosion prior to poe2's jump.
I play 0.5,
That's going
yeah.
to result in even less damage than what his weapon is already allowing him, and an almost immediate flying phase, so you can still do damage here, and you should be able to face tank those small explosions. Obviously, you don't want to get hit, you don't want to get stunned, but those big purple ones, the pure chaos damage will be devastating. And an immediate invulnerability phase out of that.
Yeah.
Aha!
I was getting real worried during that damage flooding phase because I was like, this is going real slow here. There's immunity coming.
The bad fight for Woodish.
That's rough, but you know, it might not even be the last
multiple. It might be multiple. She's 50%. I mean, the arena's getting smaller.
Still a lot of health. He's got a stun here, but that stun might even be a bit early, honestly. Like, unless he gets some big crits here and gets the kill, she might go immune.
Yes.
Ooh.
Okay. Nicely done. But look where Luxian is in the top right. He's already fighting his Viper as well, so very close.
Oh man, just one Viper fight ahead, and let's see if Luxian can avoid an immunity phase, because that would be a huge catch up there. That would be another 10 seconds shaved off that time.
The twisters are not hitting multiple times.
No, people can still die. The thing is the race, one death so far behind.
Oh, that's a big barrage though, and the freeze, and no immunity phase.
But what is this?
There we go, 19 seconds. That's a 20-second catch up compared to earlier.
I think Woodish is about to have Woodish is potentially about to have a rude awakening, as he won't be the first person in a long time to enter.
And Lucian's hot swapping the Fox Shade as well. So the Fox Shade gives 10% move speed while on full life, which is pretty easy to maintain when they're sprinting around here. And yeah, we actually see Lucian hot swapping it out using the other one for the
drops. Not sure.
Armor on it. Very important.
You can type extra point claim to see if it's working.
Yeah, actually taking full advantage of that little bit of extra movement speed as well. Kill needing a bit of a slam there on Ketsuli, but gets the kill pretty fast in the end. Okay, I got to talk about Luxian for a second. So I've just been spying the gear. Not only we just got that Fox Shade for speed, but you know, we've had Woodish off that,
Aang died Act 2 boss
amulet this whole time, and I just noticed that Luxian has the rune of acrobats in their boots, which is 0.3 meters to dodge roll distance on the boots, which I haven't actually seen as much, but that's been sitting there in the back of my mind as a possibility of one of the things that can come up in these races. It's a mini it's a mini version of that amulet on your boots. So
it's a big deal.
That's a
many
really
players
nice
were talking.
Easy to miss.
Many players were talking about how those boots
it's only first place.
Likely to drop.
Not first, you're last in this race.
Aang
died again.
No.
It's over.
No,
that's it. That's it.
Oh no! And Gormus absolutely devastated. It hurts so much. God, he's such a good racer, but he's just had some big upsets in these races, and that is a brutal death.
That's it. He's over. Aang can't make it. There's no way. Even if first second died.
It's a good time to look at it, at production, if you've got it ready to go. Queue it up before Luxian moves in.
Doriani's coming up.
Doriani. Yeah, wait, hold up. I just saw Woodish was about to start.
Normally it would be a good time, but after last week's upset with the Doriani rip, you know.
Yeah, we need to know if like a flamethrower death or something occurs. Like, let's see that little flamethrower attack that we just saw for Woodish.
Hunk 11.
The split screen here. Yeah, the that little flamethrower attack. That looks like a default attack to me, but you know, we saw someone get one shot by that last.
Hang 11 to Hunk 11.
You don't have a fire res or something. You eat kind of like the full. If you're moving with it, you can eat the full. I guess all of the ticks of damage from it. And yeah, we saw someone get just shredded by that.
Woodish eats a giant fireball, almost takes him down, has to pop
does that much
the
damage
ignite.
do? Oh my god. Okay, Woodish has had a few close calls. No, going real low.
Oh, and
there.
Luxian with the laser skip. He caught up massively.
Luxian's ahead.
So he's taking the lead there.
It could be another twister win.
With that laser skip, Luxian takes the lead. Woodish, meanwhile, not only forced to go through laser phase, but also nearly dying again to a combination of a laser and lightning barrage from Doriani. Woodish maybe getting a little rattled here. Just so many near misses. And those near misses, the more that happen, you're just like,
Messiah
to some point. But Luxian just gets that's the twister. That's the Twister Doriani phase 2 for you. That's a fast kill right there. You know, grenades do pretty well here, but it's hard to compete with that. That's a
The laser skip, you saw it in real time.
Yeah, this issue of Merc when you do a level 27 strat, it's a lot
actually
less consistent.
Yeah, the true difference there of someone getting it versus not getting it ultimately. We're starting right as Luxian.
He died! Wooters died!
Oh, the butt laser comes out!
No,
Woodish goes
Woodish!
down!
Oh no!
And what is dying?
The
It's
butt
gonna be a
laser!
Huntress.
It's been many moons since we've seen that attack take down a player.
It's always been there, just waiting in the back, in Doriani's back pocket, waiting to claim.
Who's ahead?
Luxian,
Luxian, the Chinese Huntress. He's by far ahead now.
Laser, out of all attacks, Doriani is coming back with a vengeance. Another week.
It's gonna be 3 Chinese Huntress players.
Watching Gorham is approaching his Queen of Filth. Just to
the
get
Chinese
a
Huntress chat paid off.
of what happened here. And we'll
Once
get both
again,
replays for you.
Guy number 1, yo.
With the dodge roll amulet.
Oh, what is the replay? This replay is terrible.
But after leading,
like, why are we still?
Luxian just barely catching up, but then Woodish to suffer a death there. Oh, mate, this changes things pretty dramatically for us.
The temporal chains are there. The mushrooms are there too, and Gorham is making sure he's proccing the mushrooms, repositioning. HP drops a little low, manages to pot through there.
He died too.
It still looks fine.
Just
it's the mushrooms.
Yeah,
it was one auto attack and the mushrooms.
Mushrooms. Yeah, just that second volley of mushrooms. Maybe he thought he'd cleared it out, and he just realized a bit too slow. But they got under his feet there, and ultimately took him down. We should have Woodish's death here to have a look at in a moment. If that's queued up, production, we can run that now in the last minute while we wait for Woodish's death timer. Otherwise, we'll take a look at that kill first. Yeah, here we go. Oh, you know what to expect from this one. Woodish with that slightly longer phase 2 than what the
look, he's rattled. Oh my goodness. Okay. You could tell with his play though, Woodish was rattled.
Does that kill count? Is it fight him again?
Normally, you stay so close to this boss. You're trying to position just away from the laser, get behind him, and you always have room and opportunity to get away from that butt laser.
I think so. We'll see in a second.
Abilities, Woodish had to take his distance, and the boss, he takes advantage of that. Woodish with a massive upset as Kiom, another Huntress player, trying to get through Doriani. A skip on the laser phase 2.
Tough to watch as well. Yeah, nice skip for Kiom there. Kiom pushing for a big catch up there as well. Like, even will get a chance to overtake Woodish here from looks of things. Yep, it's going to be hard for Woodish to catch up to the Huntress here. No, he's still waiting for his death timer there. He's just about to start.
Wait, no. Okay, but he did manage to actually kill Doriani.
Oh, wait, he secured the kill?
Ooh, yeah, you have to kill. Okay. I mean, if the Huntress dies, he can catch up. Huntress is in first.
We've seen people die multiple times.
He's still in second, so like if Luxian dies,
over, but
he still has a count. He still has a chance.
Race to lose for sure.
I thought, okay, I was gonna say, is it time to say it? I think it is Luxian's race to lose, but I thought Woodish was out of the running with that one, mate. But he is still in it after that.
Clutching out the kill is super huge.
Yeah, that is. Oh wow. Okay. Well, if you're gonna die in the worst way,
it's never over, dude. He could always die twice. You never know.
Right. We can highlight some of Woodish's play now.
A small glimmer of hope.
I think.
Wild.
Just so we get an idea of how Luxian is doing, he is getting through this prison. Will be very close to the prisoner. No pesky donut this week around.
Why can't you claim it? You gotta type extra claim to claim your box.
Whole New Society, very quiet this race, I have to say. Not quite sure what happened. The player who we're expecting to potentially
just kind of having a decent run there in the background from the looks of things, but now it's where we maybe see that come together if other players are all dying all over the place, which seems to be happening in this final qualifier event here. It was always sure to be a spicy race for us, but I did not anticipate just how spicy it would be. And Luxian eating some big damage for the prisoner here. We've seen prisoner claim lives before as well, and mate, that would definitely shake up the race here if Luxian also dropped. Oh mate.
Yeah, that Slime in particular, players will tank quite a lot. 633 HP.
As long as he doesn't die, he wins easily. He's so far ahead.
Yeah, no big bonus so far. There.
But if he does die, I mean, Kiom's also right behind. No, Kazi Woodish as well.
It's gonna get that.
So I could definitely still change it.
Yeah, nicely done.
A little bit of time to get over and gets the kill, and no upsets to speak of. Things looking decent for Luxian there. After just a phenomenal catch-up. Like, even if Woodish hadn't died there, Luxian was on pace, because Luxian had just started to overtake them. And,
and that's the power
it's
of
been
the
a
Huntress.
big run for them.
Yeah, paired up with the power of Luxian, of course.
Yeah.
Super
absolutely.
strong player. I mean, it is easy to kind of forget how well Luxian has
Tavakai
been
death? Yeah,
performing
Tavakai death is
in
brutal and does
pretty much
happen.
all of the qualifiers. I mean, he was third with just 3 minutes behind the rank 1 placement, Jiluo. So very, very close. A super nice run in the first qualifier. In the second one, he was 6th, which might seem like, oh, that's so far behind. But it was only a couple minutes as well. And in the third one, he had a 2 hour, 6 minutes and 20 seconds time.
He's doing it. He's doing the slams, the slam tech.
Oh, nice.
There he goes.
His damage is so much worse than Twisters. The low 27 Murr.
Between the players and the devs to try and break Krutog and stop him from being able to do his stomps properly. And I think Woodish was executing one of those just there, kind of like pathing just behind this little ledge here to stop Krutog from being able to
it's happening again.
Uh-oh. The devs are going to be on that one. Yeah, there's been this back and forth battle of, I think Zaki it is, one of the developers, fixing this issue as players finding it, and then players finding a new way to do it once again. This has happened multiple times back and forth. And Woodish once again bring it out. Like I said, this race, they're going to bring out all the tricks, and Woodish is like, I can't hold back. Let's do it. It's especially important for the grenades.
His damage is so bad, though.
Stomping,
his damage is so much higher.
Krutog can go immune and dodge grenade explosions. It's not a problem for the Twisters. Shaking my head, right, Twisters, but... the grenades.
No, it's the first act 4 boss kill. It's almost over.
Explosions at the same time from during one of those stomps is a big problem, because the hitboxes of the boss are its feet. So you can't just like if that foot goes up in the air and then it can't
Twisters?
be hit.
I don't like Twisters. I'm not gonna Twister for 0.5.
It's a tricky one.
I don't think it's good for Abyss either, which is what I want to do day 1.
And you might be looking at the UI and thinking, okay, there we go. It's updated that this is not a Huntress with a crossbow. This is, in fact, a mercenary for Holy Society. He was sticking with his class, and we'll be getting this Doriani kill.
One of the hopes for the mercenary fans out there of getting a mercenary in for the qualifier. Indeed,
Monk's really good for Abyss. It's true.
Set to potentially take a win, but and indeed take a very fast.
Yeah, Monk's gonna be a bad idea. They're really good for Abyss.
Last week, but tapped out a little early. So Holy Society has it in. They can get over the mental attitude issues. Maybe we might be able to see a good run from him here, and it's been a decent catch up for Omni Society. But there's still a
is also good.
Difference right now.
Yeah, it's totem build.
Omni Society and Luxian, but it's going to be a little bit hard to read
build
because right now we've got the
obvious one,
right? There versus like Luxian's first and they're going for different orders too. Like the mercenaries going for Krutog first, whereas the Huntresses went for the prisoner first. So these things take different amounts of time. So we won't be able to call it for a little while.
For the reset.
It's going to be a mystery.
Woodish unfortunately had to go for a reset, so
once again,
Luxian getting a little bit further ahead.
That hurts for Woodish there. The time moving through the prison. That's a fair time
Big
loss
bird
there.
frozen.
Through that zone. Yeah.
Baby bird out.
And Baby bird not a problem. Big bird not a problem.
Yeah, I don't want to run back Ice Shot either because I already played it.
A very fast boss kill. I didn't see how well the zone run went, but some of the races are getting better at those zones, especially.
Yeah, duels is 1.0.
If you can not go down any of those dead ends, which I've seen some players start to do.
You got a good build for me? What is it?
Yeah, for sure. And just finishing what I was talking about earlier, Luxian honestly had just like such an impressive time also in the third qualifier. He was fifth, but still very close with just a few minutes behind. And I mean, LHD had just like the most incredible run. So he had a 1 hour, 56 minutes and 17 seconds. The second placement was 23 with 2 hours, 4 minutes and 43 seconds. And Luxian was only 2 minutes behind that, so a really incredible run in all of the qualifiers. And he's somebody who's we've seen improve, not just in the qualifiers, but in the other seasons of racing as well for PoE2. So it's nice to see that hard work and dedication with maybe a little bit of RNG sprinkled in there too can result
in Grim Pillage, Mastacker. Yeah, that's an option.
Con ticket for a Huntress player, but nothing's over
very
until
strong.
it's over. I am trying to caster curse him as much as humanly possible.
I can do Giga Choose that low investment.
Interesting. Yep. Yeah, Luxian, checking over Luxian's gear, I mentioned that those dodge roll boots had the Fox Shade, which is just not really being taken advantage of too much here. Just a smidge of extra movement speed here and there.
Yeah, I
Mostly
mean, you're
sticking with that
dodge
skill
rolling.
plate. Yeah, yeah. You're dodge rolling most of the time, so that 10% movement speed is like, you can see they're basically, the amount of movement going on that's not dodge roll there is very minimal, so the move speed doesn't make
Luxian did not die
much
yet.
difference. But one ring with a decent amount of damage, plus one melee skills and some nice fire damage on the gloves is pretty good. Let's see how those spears are looking. We got a forked spear with a decent bit of damage and attack speed, and the war spear, which is the big DPS one, a decent chunk of physical and lightning damage.
Luxian
Not
is Chinese,
too crazy,
as far as I'm aware,
but definitely reasonably solid. So nothing too obscene there. Just that slight advantage from the dodge roll boots.
The prisoner for Woodish, we've seen players optimize this boss fight week after week, but Woodish dodging a lot, making sure that he stays alive. I think at this point in the game, he's thinking to himself, I'm so far behind, I just need to stay alive and hope and pray that the initial assumptions early on in the season that people had about the Huntress not being capable to have a run where they don't die are just not true.
It's been tough because like every week we've seen Mercenary have just like such an actual strong
There's
shot.
always a chance he could always die.
Like they couldn't win. Like every week it seemed like Mercenary could win.
Balls.
And then
has slain many people in these races.
Ultimately, we expected them to have Tavakai fights where they would die, but they were just putting out so much damage in some of those previous weeks that they weren't. That Tavakai was completely safe from. Now that's not always the case, though, and certainly the zone in the lead up to Tavakai, it was clear.
Pretty tanky, yeah, but like so
there is room for
one bad freeze on Tavakai, which does happen,
push
means you're dead.
Tavakai. And you know, if the damage doesn't pan out,
so you just never know.
Chance that things go wrong on Tavakai, but Huntress's very late game there in this race is
the freeze on that fight's random. It's RNG.
For errors is dropping as it gets more and more refined. So that's going to be a tough one. Tough one for Luxian to lose here.
He's almost at the end. He only has 3 more bosses. Yeah, he only has 3 more bosses.
To lose. Okay, Z.
Tough one to lose. We got British with 164 seconds. We'll wait for the Erastus breakpoint because that's when we know for sure. Because that's where the races will start to come together again after the separate strategies here.
Yeah, different approaches for sure. We'll make that difference. We still have some optimization when it comes
20
to
levels
gear.
below, yes.
Guaranteed
yes. All 20 levels below.
Other players, the guaranteed the regal orbs from this zone might end up making a big difference for the upcoming fights that are very difficult. We are constantly highlighting how Tavakai is this huge challenge for our players, but Torvian and Benedictus both have taken many of our
Hang died again
in the past.
Saying on screen, man.
The priority.
I mean, this one just tilted. Like after the second death, it's already over.
Making sure that this is as safe as he can possibly make
Hunk 11.
Having no regrets, hopefully in the future, that he could have done something differently.
Yeah,
like he could have adjusted.
Yeah, exactly. You want to walk away from this being like, yeah, that was everything. I gave it all, and it was as good as I could have done. And this is looking like that race for Luxian here so far.
Yeah, especially when it comes to gear.
Yeah,
because it's so easy to just like forget to swap a gear piece that you were preparing for a fight.
Yeah. Like, I didn't actually suck at my runes.
Slamming his rings.
Let's see how those go down on the trying to shore up the rings, just making sure which ones have prefixes. Looks like that was a bit of extra damage. I can look in game, obviously, since from their perspective it's in Chinese. But we got a little bit of extra cold and lightning damage scaling. Nothing too crazy there, so no big improvements. From those exalts. Kind of a miss on the exalts, a bit of a whiff, to be honest. So no real advantage.
I don't think
it's Ben's video.
I don't think we're going to be seeing a comeback from
Ben's
Gormus,
video.
as unfortunately, looking at the ladder, he has perished once again.
No, and Gormus, mate, he has such a big place in my heart.
Oh, Luxian dropping super low immediately on Torvian. No double track ram hit, just an auto attack being so deadly. Many mechanics happening right now. Already throws that rock, but actually the mechanic
is
just
like broken for me. What is this?
Yeah, the second rock comes out. Luxian's going to
Ben loves mining.
Right hand for the
several
level reduction.
Spicy start for Luxian here. And you may have noticed that Luxian's health filled back up to full almost instantly, and I'll tell you, Luxian.
I hate this boss. The boss sucks
this whole time. Revered Resin. It's a bit of a sleeper hit right there. Not one you would think. It's a bit unassuming. would make a big difference, but it's got life loss charge gain over time and flask life recovery rate coupled with a nice big giant life flask like Lucian has right now, and that's a lot of recovery. So huge recovery there. Like that recovery speed was insane. So when you're dealing with a bunch of bosses and stuff like that that can follow up and finish you off after a big hit like that, Lucian not letting any chance of that happening. Kill. Yeah, thanks for the giant eye blinding beam there.
Gets the beam there towards the end, so the damage slows down a little bit, but still manages to get through. And what kind of shrine are we going to be looking at here? There's a guaranteed shrine in this zone that our players frequently save for Benedictus. I think for everybody, they're praying that this isn't going to be something that's going to make the Benedictus fight as it does make it. So it's a lightning shrine once again this week around. So definitely something he's going to be heading back over for a little bit more consistency. But yeah, we've seen some diamond shrines.
You watch this for 30 minutes. How do you clean the box? You type entry point claim.
It makes the fights just safer. So if you're in the ranked 1 spot, you know, it gives less opportunity for other players to catch up. Goes for a little bit of a reset.
Gets stuck a little bit there in a bad position.
The pounces are hard to control when there's this many mobs on the screen.
Yeah, you're gonna miss target or something there. If you're wondering why Lucian left the lightning shrine behind, typically the racers will get to the boss and then checkpoint back and come and get the lightning shrine, because otherwise sometimes you get it and then, you know, it wears off by the time you get to the boss.
You can also leave it up to,
which is the better
final boss and nice for it. The zone can be a bit dangerous sometimes.
That notably
you'll have died to that zone.
Stuck on some terrain there. Lucian having a couple pathing issues here in this zone after some very clean runs through earlier ones, but gets it there and is not going back for the shrine, or is that the reset now?
Oh no, okay,
the reset now. Okay. Yeah, there's the reset and the shrine grab. And then back to the boss.
Consistency on the shock makes a difference for sure. So would have been surprising if he didn't do it.
Shock goes up right away, big damage, and maximizing the chance that maybe you get this boss down right in this first phase without having to go through any sort of like maze phase immunity or anything like that.
Right, and Daniel.
You know, and a little bit less chance of dying. The freeze goes down, 20% shock is of course up. Both his beast and the shrine assisting with that one. That's maximizing that damage there. But that's all we can do for maze.
Yeah, wow, what a maze.
Lucian is deathless. Yeah, he's deathless. Zero deaths.
Easy maze to escape, yeah. No stress.
Goes Kyom. He's a bit behind though.
Very strong. Here we go. Next phase begins.
Like I said, one death can still completely change the outcome. Like he is the favorite to win right now. But a single death and he's no longer in first.
Big Slam coming up, moves out of the way, is able to utilize the twisters to still continue to do damage, but he doesn't see the boss anymore. Has to dodge that dropping stone. Oh, you gotta be able to see the boss, but there's so much shit on the ground right now. Lucian really struggling. The boss teleports.
The boss is too close to that wall, so the bouncers are not going to hit so well there, and a lot of those bosses do miss. Just kind of stretching out that last little bit of the fight there. The boss not quite.
All right, more boss left.
But he does get the kill without incident in the end. Just a little bit slower than he wanted.
He couldn't see him, but then the boss moved exactly where Lucian was standing, so he was able to see the boss again, which made the fight a little bit safer towards the end. Less damage, but you know, much better than a 2.5.
It's not over yet. If he dies, he
well handled.
He is behind.
A spot where you could have
you never know.
And got into a bad.
We have seen depths.
Some of those slams. So I looked.
An axe for boss.
Having a really, really good race. Man, just a phenomenal.
We're against Salkan, yes, only first place.
Friendly reminder: if you die on Tavakai, it resets the whole fight. So you're gonna have to. If you die on phase 3, you're gonna have to do phase 1 and 2 once again. We do have the skip for Lucian happening, so he knows the tech for being able to move during that little bit of a transition phase after Benedictus. But Kyom and Woodish, they're close. They're actually reasonably close to where
this is a great catch-up.
Can change things up for sure.
Yeah, it is still, once again, Lucian's race to lose at this point. But Woodish and Kyom, there needs to be someone positioned for that to be true. And both Kyom and Woodish are indeed positioned.
It's a shame, Musty. I wanted the drama to be concluded at Salkan.
Pressure on Lucian.
It was a shame. Would have been a good storyline.
Benedictus is in the way, and this guy is no pushover.
A substantial obstacle.
Ooh. Okay, he stays alive.
Okay, Woodish eats one of the lightning zaps there. One of those little lightning zaps.
Yeah, I mean,
things. Big damage, kind of like
Lucian is likely to win, but if he does die, I mean, both Woodish and Kyom are right behind. So
big wing blast, big damage down. Can't see the boss though. Has to go into lightning storm. Takes a lot of damage.
Oh, Woodish died again.
Hits and Woodish goes down.
Okay, at this point, it's just Kyom. Kyom could if Lucian dies, but unlikely.
Oh,
man.
it all went wrong so fast. He was.
Yo, he went offline. He rage quit. 07.
Lucian was in.
The last Epoch legend.
With him being a bad
He's
spot,
gone.
He couldn't see what was going on.
look at
But with the
Kyom.
grenade,
Two
he had
deaths.
to get in. Kyom died.
The thing is, too,
All right.
if he didn't die once, he would have been first.
Man, what a
He would have been ahead.
And he taps.
Those deaths cost
He's
him
done.
dearly.
That's the second death and
Rage quit. Yeah, he's
the
done.
end of
He knows he
Wudish's
can't win.
race, I'm sad to say. So we get Shackle Coach substituting back in after such a phenomenal early and mid game there.
I mean, you say that, but listen, Lucian can die and Kyom can die, and then boom, reset if Lucian dies again.
yeah, I like to see someone stick with it, but also kind of understand. I also understand. That is Wudish.
No, it's not Wudijo.
After just
It's last Epoch guy.
A big race there.
Wudish.
It looked like he had it in the bag for a good chunk of that race there, and here we go.
What happened here?
This was a spicy Benedictus.
brutal.
We have not seen the likes of this level of Benedictus spice in some time here. So he had just so much damage go down, and then the wing blast back out of
We went into
position.
the
Benedictus in a bad
pillars.
spot. Eats just 3, and it was a fourth
Yeah.
hit queuing up there. The lightning storm, the pillars, it was all happening.
He tried to make sure
Absolutely
that he can see the
destroyed.
boss.
Alright, does
but that
Lucian
result
die or
was
not? That
standing a little
decides
bit
it.
too
If he
close
doesn't
to
die, he
those
wins
lightning
like easily.
stones, and
But if he
that explosion
dies,
is quite deadly. Just one of those takes you to 50%. Second
Yep.
one will
Here we
result in a
go.
death, while Benedictus is performing many other attacks at the same time.
All right.
you're not too yet.
Lucian has
Allergy.
had an insane battle to catch up and overtake Wudish here, and then Wudish having several deaths, and Lucian just having such a phenomenal run. What an incredible racer! Here he is, positioned at the
Man, Wudish had the amulet too,
moments of
man.
the
Which is
race.
so OP for the race.
And he gets a nice clean run through the zone too. No upsets in the zone.
Yeah, you lose 2 minutes, 30 seconds if you
No getting
die, so it's a
suck
massive
impacts and
time
murdered.
loss.
All just down to the Tavakai kill here, and
If you die,
Lucian's
it's really
damage is
rough.
not obscene, but you know, this is Twister action here. It's a little bit of default attack here. Lucian has the damage to potentially make short work of Tavakai here, so we might well be seeing our 4th and final qualifier for ExileCon.
Yeah,
We
keep
have
First
going.
phase is easy. Second phase,
keep going, keep
usually
going.
easy. Third
yeah.
phase, potential death,
There's a
but
couple of things that could go wrong.
You
A
never
slam
know.
in the first phase, an unfortunate, unexpected freeze from the cold beams in the third phase. Eating pillar slam, eating spikes and slams in the third phase too. But a well-timed freeze and big damage can make all the difference here.
High Tie, he's in race
For our
Q2. He's
Twister
going to the Poe1
Huntresses.
race.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Phase
first phase
2.
goes down pretty well.
Does
Phase
the Poe1
two,
race start next week?
Usually
The
phase 2
qualifiers?
goes
Part
by
of the
pretty
race.
quickly.
Yo,
Tavakai
Yoda.
Yeah,
has
phase
claimed in many
2.
races.
Phase 2 can be very tricky for our players for sure. Many different attacks. Some players have claimed that if abilities overlap just well, you just die. There's nothing you can do. Lucian gets hit for
Ooh.
50%. Will be enough to
Tavakai's
stay alive.
right against the wall, minimizing the damage that Lucian
That's bad
can
for his
deal here,
damage
and he
on the
gets
wall.
frozen
It
there
puts
as
us on
well.
bounce
So
off
while
and double
that's
hit.
safe now, that unfreeze happens pretty quickly, and Lucian did eat a bit
Oh,
of a
there's the
slam there.
rain.
Rain's
Oh, the
bad.
The rain.
He was
with the
not ready for this
circle,
ice
he
on the rain
manages
at
to
all.
stay
And
alive
he's
one
having to
more.
dodge it.
Good
Wow, that
dodge.
movement is insane.
That
How
was
did he
well
do
played.
that?
Wow.
That was
It's a
crazy.
really good dodge.
He held it
Yeah, that
together through
spiral
so
attack.
much stress in this and the
The
Benedictus
rain is the
fight.
only scary thing, really.
That
the
was
most
great.
part.
A lesser racer would have died there. Dodging
That's the
icicle
sort
rain,
of
weaving the
I mean, they
spikes
probably
at the same
practiced about so
time.
many times
Oh,
now.
damn, he gets it. That's the sort of chain of abilities that would have absolutely killed players in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
sure,
like the
but people
ultimate
have
death
practiced
combo
so
for
much.
Lucian. That was what was
All
supposed
right,
to
one
knock
last
him out there.
phase.
No,
Damn,
the
Kyung was
attack
so
and the spiral are
close.
enough, but he was also getting rained on at the same time, and he still managed
Yeah.
to get out of the way. Honestly, Lucian looking wonderful, and if you take a look at the time, we're under 2 hours right now. Shouldn't be able to finish it, as we
Ooh.
still have a little bit of RP
Yeah,
to get
no,
through.
it's gonna be a
But
over
looking
2
super
hour.
steady.
Wow, yeah, what a wild bloodbath of a race.
Guillaume is
then,
fighting
but-
Yeah,
his
that's correct.
Yeah.
3 Chinese
It
Twister
is
players, it looks
actually
like.
Lucian's race to lose.
He
Guillaume
could
is fighting
die. Who
his Tavakai
knows?
as
There's a little bit
well.
He's
left.
right
A
there.
little bit
Opener
left.
to the fight for Lucian for
Guillaume's
phase
waiting.
3. The freeze
He's
comes
frozen.
out,
Good
the
damage.
damage
Lucian hasn't
in.
made any
50%.
He's got that freeze, big damage going down. Boss is in a good spot.
The
and
slam?
he hasn't made those mistakes, right?
Nah,
He's
yeah, it's GG.
Every
He's
boss
got
is
so
thrown
much
into
space.
the
That's
fast. Surely he gets it here.
Deathless
over.
run,
It's
but
the
a
Dragons.
Twister
He
player.
gets it. He secures it. Luxian secures the 4th and final qualifier spot for Exile.
Okay, but hold on. Hold on.
Wait, don't tap.
No.
Don't
Wait
log
a
out.
minute. Guillaume can still, as much as Luxian has absolutely won this qualifier, Guillaume can still maybe get an under 202. So if one of the players cannot participate,
Ooh.
Guillaume would be the person
That's
to
a good point.
qualify.
Who holds that time?
This is important.
For 202. Angormus. So Angormus is currently the runner-up. If anyone can't attend or anything like that. Okay.
And we have had that happen with Tai Killer in PoE1. Oh, but immediately Guillaume takes a massive amount of damage.
Guillaume. Okay, we got to see this out. This is a super important kill for us. It's
a minute?
Okay position for the freeze there, right in the...
Not sure. What's the exact time?
He's right against that wall, just like what happened
Wall's
with
bad.
Lucian,
You don't get a double hit on wall.
Time that type of guy has something to do to cause some upsets.
That's if someone can not make it, which
combo of abilities here. Nah,
it's obviously just coping, right?
He's got time.
Handle well here. Yeah, he's doing well.
He can finish it. It
could
2
happen.
hours, 2 minutes, and 17 seconds.
17 seconds.
So he still has time.
He's ready for
the
phase 3.
RP takes forever, though.
RP is long.
The RP is long. What did you say it was? 202 and 5?
17.
202 and 17. Okay. Ooh, it's going to be close. Oh, man.
It's close.
The RP is so long. I don't know.
It could only be like a second.
The RP is so long.
Okay. It's got to be oh, that RP time is real long, though.
The RP is legit like a 1 minute, man.
Oh, the RP time takes forever.
He's got 17 seconds.
Forever.
I mean, he's in a good spot.
Oh, how fast can he get this phase 3? Because the twisters can go real fast here. Oh my god.
Raj.
He's in a good position.
Wait.
Even though it's a little bit slower. Okay, yeah.
Oh no!
No! He died! Wait! He killed it! No, he killed it! It counts! He killed it. It counts.
We need a ladder update. The ladder update would be final.
That does count. He did kill it.
He killed the boss, so it should still finish
the boss
race.
is dead.
So it is absolutely
no, it counts. It counts.
202.
That does count.
No way. No shot.
Oh, Keon with a heroic effort to try and claim the second place there.
No way.
I cannot believe it.
Yeah, it was 1 second late though. Missed it by 1 second.
Oh, and dying right at the end too. What a fun.
Only first matters? Finish. Not exactly. The reason why that matters is that if one of the 4 qualifiers cannot make it, it goes to the person with the best time record in the race. Currently, that's Angormus at 2 hours and 17 seconds, whatever. Like if one of them can't make it, it goes falls to the highest, fastest runner.
Especially for some of our Chinese players to get out to New Zealand, that he could take the stage at ExileCon, but as it stands today, yeah. We have our full
and you could see with Guillaume too, he was pushing it. He was fully aware of that 17 seconds being the timer.
You just had to go for the I gotta send it. It doesn't matter if I die. Try and get it there.
Yeah, Ang's in reserve essentially.
Try and get it. Crazy. And 1 second difference in that in the end. Photo finish. What an exciting.
Actually, Ang could still be at ExileCon if one of the Chinese players or whatever can't make it. Who knows? There is a chance.
Crazy final race for us here. Super
for some reason.
Exciting. We had just some
that'd be hilarious. Yeah.
He is first. For sure. Certainly, definitely things changed very dramatically from that point. And Woodish with such a big lead, it's slowly getting chipped away at, and then ultimately dying twice to secure a tap out. So
GG, fly Uncle Love it in.
But there you go. We have it.
Okay,
we have Luxian as our.
Luxian played really clean.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so let's not take anything away from Luxian. Luxian absolutely qualified, and it's super exciting to see 3 Chinese players qualify for ExileCon with Guy That Dies also qualifying. But the thing is, Ziggy, when you think about it, the 202.17 that Angormus got second place with, that he would potentially qualify to ExileCon if somebody cannot participate, that was 1 second ahead of Guillaume, was on a mercenary, baby. What if he sticks with the mercenary? The mercenary makes it through.
It could happen. It could happen. Like I said, every week we had mercenaries just like almost there, but just the Huntress is just clinching it right at the end of those races. Ultimately, Huntress looking just maybe ever so slightly faster, but
4 twisters win
it's hard to
though.
even call. But nonetheless, we did have all 4 players qualify on those mercenaries, even after Guy That Dies was a big. On those Huntresses, even after Guy That Dies was a bit of a mercenary enjoyer originally. But there we have it. We have our top 4 slots. Congratulations to Gilawar, to Guy That Dies, to LHD, and to Luxian, our 4 qualifiers. They will be presumably going to ExileCon.
The Chinese Twisted Meta did win in the end.
Main stage. You can be
the
sure
Chinese knew the meta. They were ahead of everyone.
Take that big win at ExileCon, and that monumental moment for them on day 2. That grand finale to close out the event. It's a big one, that's
Extra
for sure.
Prime.
It's a big one. Yeah. But, folks, if you've enjoyed this racing, it is, might feel like it's over, but starting just next week, Path of Exile 1 racing. That's right.
There's Poe1 racing next week.
Another set of 4
That'll
races.
At least be Nick, Tai, maybe Tai 22 goes for that. Havoc.
Path of Exile 1 racing. And, we've had some very spicy ones in the past. It's some fast, furious action, some kill
Ben doesn't race
coming your way.
campaign in Poe1 unless he does it this time.
23. What other mystery races? Will I'm Exile be able to pull himself away from
campaign races?
Who knows?
Nick is still WoW racing.
A lot.
Yeah, but that'll be over soon.
Some of the players.
Maybe not the first race, but the second race.
Strategy that people are 100%.
As soon as it's over, he's gonna go full on ExileCon.
Movement skill, kind of a different conversation, but many people are practicing in secret. I know that in the past, people have always pretty much practiced together and shared strategies. That's not happening. People are unironically talking to each other about how they are withholding strategies. People are trying to pay other people to share the strategy because somebody figured out something that somebody else did.
Paying other people.
It's a whole thing that's happening. So, listen, I fully expect that nobody's going to share anything with us. I mean, obviously, there is the magma orb and things that we've seen before, but those are, kind of relics of the past that I think we will see, but they won't get rank 1s.
So I honestly don't know what to expect out of BW1 racing next week. It's going to be it's wild. It's been so long since we've had an event for that, so it's been a lot of balance changes since then.
Now watch the Poe1 races. The Poe1 races are fast. Poe1 races are like 1 hour.
It's going to be an absolute blast.
They're really fast.
Luxian for winning this race. Keom for a heroic effort, and all of our other races for putting on such a great show for us. And thank you, folks, for cheering them all on in the chat. We will see you guys next time for some more PoE sports. Thank you very much, Rise, for joining me. That's it for now.
No, it's an Act 5 race. Ben doesn't do Act racing. He's never been to ExileCon for racing. The fast Act races are like Alex, Tai, Havoc, Tai 23, Nick. Nick's probably the fastest when he practices. Jungaroon's fast, but he also doesn't really super try hard these races. I don't know. He's very like inconsistent in that category. Nick is top in damage in liquid. Yeah, he's in a WoW race. Alright, that was a fun race to watch. Well, as for PoE, not sure what I'm gonna play. It's the same balance. I'm gonna talk about it, I guess. Not too sure. I don't really want to play. I don't really want to play Ice Shot again because we just played Ice Shot. It's the same, right? But maybe, I don't know. You can't hear what's going on? The race just finished. Don't play Bo's buddy. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll think about it over the next few days. It's not much. The thing is, there's not much to like. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be on PoE tomorrow and play more heroes here or something, because there's nothing to practice. It's the exact same patch, right? There's nothing to like analyze. There's no build theory crafting. There's no like. It's the same. So I'm not sure. I'll think about it. The same balance is kind of lame, of course. Still on Soul 4. Yeah, 1.0 is December 11th. And then 0.55 is next Friday. Not this one, but the next one after. Yeah, I'll think about it. Anyway, GG's, I'm probably out. I'll be on again tomorrow, of course. Might do Hero Stage for another day or two. I'm gonna PoE or whatever. There's not much to like prepare for PoE because it's just the same balance. So, like, you know. GTA video. I'll watch GTA video tomorrow, probably, or something. And now I can watch the Duelist stuff tomorrow as well, whatever. Four minutes, let me get my drop. Let's get you drop another channel. You can watch any channel. Run Fresh Economy Friday next week. I'll make a video on 0.55. I'll put up a YouTube video tomorrow. Let me finish on your channel. Okay, what are you guys saying? Peace out, guys. We'll be on again tomorrow. I'll have a video for 0.55.